Keep love in your heart. A life without it is like a sunless garden when the flowers are dead. The consciousness of loving and being loved brings a warmth and a richness to life that nothing else can bring. Some cause happiness wherever they go, others whenever they go. Women are made to be loved, not understood. If you are not too long, I will wait here for you all my life. To love oneself is the beginning of a lifelong romance. We are all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars. It is absurd to divide people into good and bad. People are either charming or tedious. The old believe everything, the middle-aged suspect everything, the young know everything. What seems to us as bitter trials are often blessings in disguise. Experience is simply the name we give our mistakes. A dreamer is one who can only find his way by moonlight, and his punishment is that he sees the dawn before the rest of the world. A gentleman is one who never hurts anyone's feelings unintentionally. I love acting. It is so much more real than life. The only thing to do with good advice is to pass it on. It is never of any use to oneself. By giving us the opinions of the uneducated, journalism keeps us in touch with the ignorance of the community. I regard the theater as the greatest of all art forms, the most immediate way in which a human being can share with another the sense of what it is to be a human being. There are only two tragedies in life, one is not getting what one wants, and the other is getting it. How can a woman be expected to be happy with a man who insists on treating her as if she were a perfectly normal human being? A work of art is the unique result of a unique temperament. I am so clever that sometimes I don't understand a single word of what I am saying. Beauty has as many meanings as man has moods. Beauty is the symbol of symbols. Beauty reveals everything, because it expresses nothing. When it shows us itself, it shows us the whole fiery-colored world. It is the spectator, and not life, that art really mirrors. It is better to be beautiful than to be good. But, it is better to be good than to be ugly. Selfishness is not living as one wishes to live, it is asking others to live as one wishes to live. And unselfishness is letting other people's lives alone, not interfering with them. Selfishness always aims at uniformity of type. Unselfishness recognizes infinite variety of type as a delightful thing, accepts it, acquiesces in it, enjoys it. Life imitates art far more than art imitates life. Woman begins by resisting a man's advances and ends by blocking his retreat. Education is an admirable thing, but it is well to remember from time to time that nothing that is worth knowing can be taught. It is what you read and you don't have to that determines what you will be when you can't help it. In designing the scenery and costumes for any of Shakespeare's plays, the first thing the artist has to settle is the best date for the drama. This should be determined by the general spirit of the play more than by any actual historical references which may occur in it. Always forgive your enemies, nothing annoys them so much. The only difference between the saint and the sinner is that every saint has a past, and every sinner has a future. Society exists only as a mental concept. In the real world there are only individuals. How marriage ruins a man. It is as demoralizing as cigarettes, and far more expensive. No man is rich enough to buy back his past. Let us have no machine-made ornament at all, it is all bad and worthless and ugly. It is better to have a permanent income than to be fascinating. A critic should be taught to criticize a work of art without making any reference to the personality of the author. Every portrait that is painted with feeling is a portrait of the artist, not of the sitter. The sitter is merely the accident, the occasion. It is not he who is revealed by the painter, it is rather the painter who, on the colored canvas, reveals himself. The critic has to educate the public, the artist has to educate the critic. Children begin by loving their parents, after a time they judge them, rarely, if ever, do they forgive them. Bigamy is having one wife too many. Monogamy is the same. Memory is the diary that we all carry about with us. The mark of all good art is not that the thing done is done exactly or finely, for machinery may do as much, but that it is worked out with the head and the workman's heart. It is only by not paying one's bills that one can hope to live in the memory of the commercial classes. Work is the curse of the drinking classes. There is luxury in self-reproach. When we blame ourselves, we feel no one else has a right to blame us. There is nothing in the world like the devotion of a married woman. It is a thing no married man knows anything about. To lose one parent may be regarded as a misfortune, to lose both looks like carelessness. When a man has once loved a woman he will do anything for her except continue to love her. The world is divided into two classes, those who believe the incredible, and those who do the improbable. ' What we have to do, what at any rate it is our duty to do, is to revive the old art of lying. Deceiving others. That is what the world calls a romance. A thing is not necessarily true because a man dies for it. The man who can dominate a London dinner table can dominate the world. A man's face is his autobiography. A woman's face is her work of fiction. No object is so beautiful that, under certain conditions, it will not look ugly. In England, an inventor is regarded almost as a crazy man, and in too many instances invention ends in disappointment and poverty. In America, an inventor is honored, help is forthcoming, and the exercise of ingenuity, the application of science to the work of man, is there the shortest road to wealth. Everybody who is incapable of learning has taken to teaching. I see when men love women, they give them but a little of their lives. But women when they love give everything. In its primary aspect, a painting has no more spiritual message than an exquisite fragment of Venetian glass. The channels by which all noble and imaginative work in painting should touch the soul are not those of the truths of lives. A little sincerity is a dangerous thing, and a great deal of it is absolutely fatal. I never travel without my diary. One should always have something sensational to read in the train. Women love us for our defects. If we have enough of them, they will forgive us everything, even our gigantic intellects. The only way to get rid of temptation is to yield to it. I can resist everything but temptation. Experience is one thing you can't get for nothing. All women become like their mothers. That is their tragedy. No man does. That's his. If one cannot enjoy reading a book over and over again, there is no use in reading it at all. If you pretend to be good, the world takes you very seriously. If you pretend to be bad, it doesn't. Such is the astounding stupidity of optimism. Whenever people agree with me, I always feel I must be wrong. A man who does not think for himself does not think at all. When the gods wish to punish us, they answer our prayers. I sometimes think that God in creating man somewhat overestimated his ability. I put all my genius into my life, I put only my talent into my works. One's real life is so often the life that one does not lead. Man can believe the impossible, but man can never believe the improbable. No better way is there to learn to love nature than to understand art. It dignifies every flower of the field. And the boy who sees the thing of beauty which a bird on the wing becomes when transferred to wood or canvas will probably not throw the customary stone. Between men and women there is no friendship possible. There is passion, enmity, worship, love, but no friendship. Art is the most intense mode of individualism that the world has known. I have nothing to declare except my genius. There is only one thing in life worse than being talked about, and that is not being talked about. The truth is rarely pure and never simple. Ordinary riches can be stolen, real riches cannot. In your soul are infinitely precious things that cannot be taken from you. Laughter is not at all a bad beginning for a friendship, and it is far the best ending for one. Romance should never begin with sentiment. It should begin with science and end with a settlement. Success is a science. If you have the conditions, you get the result. An idea that is not dangerous is unworthy of being called an idea at all. You will always be fond of me. I represent to you all the sins you have never had the courage to commit. Consistency is the last refuge of the unimaginative. Arguments are to be avoided, they are always vulgar and often convincing. If one plays good music, people don't listen, and if one plays bad music, people don't talk. There is no such thing as a moral or an immoral book. Books are well written, or badly written. She is a peacock in everything but beauty. When I was young I thought that money was the most important thing in life. Now that I am old I know that it is. To expect the unexpected shows a thoroughly modern intellect. An excellent man, he has no enemies, and none of his friends like him. There is only one class in the community that thinks more about money than the rich, and that is the poor. The poor can think of nothing else. Ridicule is the tribute paid to the genius by the mediocrities. One of the many lessons that one learns in prison is that things are what they are and will be what they will be. One's past is what one is. It is the only way by which people should be judged. There is something terribly morbid in the modern sympathy with pain. One should sympathize with the color, the beauty, the joy of life. The less said about life's sores the better. Fashion is a form of ugliness so intolerable that we have to alter it every 6 months. Most people die of a sort of creeping common sense. and discover when it is too late that the only things one never regrets are one's mistakes. I suppose society is wonderfully delightful. To be in it is merely a bore. But to be out of it is simply a tragedy. Fathers should be neither seen nor heard. That is the only proper basis for family life. This suspense is terrible. I hope it will last. Men marry because they are tired, women, because they are curious, both are disappointed. I think that God, in creating man, somewhat overestimated his ability. The one charm about marriage is that it makes a life of deception absolutely necessary for both parties. I want my food dead. Not sick, not dying, dead. One can survive everything, nowadays, except death, and live down everything except a good reputation. Arguments are extremely vulgar, for everyone in good society holds exactly the same opinion. Art should never try to be popular. The public should try to make itself artistic. I always pass on good advice. It is the only thing to do with it. It is never of any use to oneself. Technique is really personality. That is the reason why the artist cannot teach it, why the pupil cannot learn it, and why the aesthetic critic can understand it. To the great poet, there is only one method of music, his own. To the great painter, there is only one manner of painting, that which he himself employs. The aesthetic critic, and the aesthetic critic alone, can appreciate all forms and all modes. It is to him that art makes her appeal. I have a dining room done in different shades of white, with white cushions embroidered in yellow silk. The effect is absolutely delightful and the room beautiful. He has no enemies, but is intensely disliked by his friends. A poet can survive everything but a misprint. Perhaps, after all, America never has been discovered. I myself would say that it had merely been detected. In all matters of opinion, our adversaries are insane. The function of the artist is to invent, not to chronicle. The good ended happily, and the bad unhappily. That is what fiction means. If a work of art is rich and vital and complete, those who have artistic instincts will see its beauty, and those to whom ethics appeal more strongly than aesthetics will see its moral lesson. It will fill the cowardly with terror, and the unclean will see in it their own shame. The imagination imitates. It is the critical spirit that creates. Pessimist, one who, when he has the choice of two evils, chooses both. As long as a woman can look 10 years younger than her own daughter, she is perfectly satisfied. The well-bred contradict other people. The wise contradict themselves. The salesman knows nothing of what he is selling save that he is charging a great deal too much for it. Ambition is the germ from which all growth of nobleness proceeds. It is only an auctioneer who can equally and impartially admire all schools of art. Bad people are, from the point of view of art, fascinating studies. They represent color, variety, and strangeness. Good people exasperate one's reason, bad people stir one's imagination. If one could only teach the English how to talk, and the Irish how to listen, society here would be quite civilized. Man is a rational animal who always loses his temper when he is called upon to act in accordance with the dictates of reason. Whenever a man does a thoroughly stupid thing, it is always from the noblest motives. The spirit of an age may be best expressed in the abstract ideal arts, for the spirit itself is abstract and ideal. I think it is perfectly natural for any artist to admire intensely and love a young man. It is an incident in the life of almost every artist. Our ambition should be to rule ourselves, the true kingdom for each one of us, and true progress is to know more, and be more, and to do more. Life is never fair, and perhaps it is a good thing for most of us that it is not. One should always be in love. That is the reason one should never marry. The true mystery of the world is the visible, not the invisible. I am the only person in the world I should like to know thoroughly. Romantic art deals with the exception and with the individual. Good people, belonging as they do to the normal, and so, commonplace type, are artistically uninteresting. Moderation is a fatal thing. Nothing succeeds like excess. The advantage of the emotions is that they lead us astray. There is a luxury in self-reproach. When we blame ourselves, we feel no one else has a right to blame us. I have the simplest tastes. I am always satisfied with the best. I choose my friends for their good looks, my acquaintances for their good characters, and my enemies for their intellects. A man cannot be too careful in the choice of his enemies. What is a cynic? A man who knows the price of everything and the value of nothing. The world is a stage, but the play is badly cast. Seriousness is the only refuge of the shallow. Nothing can cure the soul but the senses, just as nothing can cure the senses but the soul. Morality is simply the attitude we adopt towards people whom we personally dislike. There are only two kinds of people who are really fascinating: people who know absolutely everything, and people who know absolutely nothing. There should be a law that no ordinary newspaper should be allowed to write about art. The harm they do by their foolish and random writing it would be impossible to overestimate, not to the artist but to the public. Without them we would judge a man simply by his work, but at present the newspapers are trying hard to induce the public to judge a sculptor, for instance, never by his statues but by the way he treats his wife, a painter by the amount of his income, and a poet by the color of his necktie. Life is far too important a thing ever to talk seriously about. I can stand brute force, but brute reason is quite unbearable. There is something unfair about its use. It is hitting below the intellect. Beauty is the only thing that time cannot harm. Philosophies fall away like sand, and creeds follow one another like the withered leaves of autumn. But what is beautiful is a joy for all seasons and a possession for all eternity. I like persons better than principles, and I like persons with no principles better than anything else in the world. There is no necessity to separate the monarch from the mob. All authority is equally bad. Art never harms itself by keeping aloof from the social problems of the day, rather, by so doing, it more completely realizes for us that which we desire. The typewriting machine, when played with expression, is no more annoying than the piano when played by a sister or near relation. Most people are other people. Their thoughts are someone else's opinions, their lives a mimicry, their passions a quotation. Those who find ugly meanings in beautiful things are corrupt without being charming. This is a fault. Those who find beautiful meanings in beautiful things are the cultivated. For these there is hope. They are the elect to whom beautiful things mean only beauty. There is no such thing as a moral or an immoral book. Books are well written, or badly written. That is all. Man is least himself when he talks in his own person. Give him a mask, and he will tell you the truth. Do you really think it is weakness that yields to temptation? I tell you that there are terrible temptations which it requires strength and courage to yield to. If there was less sympathy in the world, there would be less trouble in the world. I find it harder and harder every day to live up to my blue china. Women are never disarmed by compliments. Men always are. That is the difference between the sexes. Literature must rest always on a principle, and temporal considerations are no principle at all. For, to the poet, all times and places are one, the stuff he deals with is eternal and eternally the same, no theme is inept, no past or present preferable. Ambition is the last refuge of the failure. It is through art, and through art only, that we can realize our perfection. Art is individualism, and individualism is a disturbing and disintegrating force. There lies its immense value. For what it seeks is to disturb monotony of type, slavery of custom, tyranny of habit, and the reduction of man to the level of a machine. It seeks to show new perspectives and other choices. It is a way to help expand and liberate the consciousness, our experiences, understandings, imaginings, options, and thereby our lives. Nothing, indeed, is more dangerous to the young artist than any conception of ideal beauty. He is constantly led by it either into weak prettiness or lifeless abstraction. Whereas to touch the ideal at all, you must not strip it of vitality. Perhaps one of the most difficult things for us to do is to choose a notable and joyous dress for men. There would be more joy in life if we were to accustom ourselves to use all the beautiful colors we can in fashioning our own clothes. Men always want to be a woman's first love, women like to be a man's last romance. No great artist ever sees things as they really are. If he did, he would cease to be an artist. The world has grown suspicious of anything that looks like a happily married life. A man can be happy with any woman, as long as he does not love her. In married life 3 is company and 2 none. When good Americans die they go to Paris. America is the only country that went from barbarism to decadence without civilization in between. There are many things that we would throw away if we were not afraid that others might pick them up. There's nothing in the world like the devotion of a married woman. It's a thing no married man knows anything about. No woman should ever be quite accurate about her age. It looks so calculating. In modern life nothing produces such an effect as a good platitude. It makes the whole world kin. As long as war is regarded as wicked, it will always have its fascination. When it is looked upon as vulgar, it will cease to be popular. The difference between literature and journalism is that journalism is unreadable and literature is not read. There is always something ridiculous about the emotions of people whom one has ceased to love. In America the young are always ready to give to those who are older than themselves the full benefits of their inexperience. It is only the modern that ever becomes old-fashioned. Now that the House of Commons is trying to become useful, it does a great deal of harm. Mr. Henry James writes fiction as if it were a painful duty. In America the president reigns for 4 years, and journalism governs forever and ever. There is always something infinitely mean about other people's tragedies. I would have a workshop attached to every school, and 1 hour a day given up to the teaching of simple decorative arts. It would be a golden hour to the children. Conversation about the weather is the last refuge of the unimaginative. One should always play fairly when one has the winning cards. London is too full of fogs and serious people. Whether the fogs produce the serious people, or whether the serious people produce the fogs, I don't know. The Ladies' World should be made the recognized organ for the expression of women's opinions on all subjects of literature, art and modern life, and yet it should be a magazine that men could read with pleasure. Democracy means simply the bludgeoning of the people by the people for the people. The books that the world calls immoral are books that show the world its own shame. While we look to the dramatist to give romance to realism, we ask of the actor to give realism to romance. A man can't be too careful in the choice of his enemies. The public is wonderfully tolerant. It forgives everything except genius. America had often been discovered before Columbus, but it had always been hushed up. All art is at once surface and symbol. Those who go beneath the surface do so at their peril. Those who read the symbol do so at their peril. It is the spectator, and not life, that art really mirrors. Diversity of opinion about a work of art shows that the work is new, complex, and vital. When critics disagree, the artist is in accord with himself. Anybody can be good in the country. There are no temptations there. I have never given adoration to anybody except myself. Yes, there is a terrible moral in Dorian Gray, a moral which the prurient will not be able to find in it, but it will be revealed to all whose minds are healthy. Is this an artistic error? I fear it is. It is the only error in the book. In judging of a beautiful statue, the aesthetic faculty is absolutely and completely gratified by the splendid curves of those marble lips that are dumb to our complaint, the noble modeling of those limbs that are powerless to help us. It is a very sad thing that nowadays there is so little useless information. There is nothing so difficult to marry as a large nose. The moment you think you understand a great work of art, it's dead for you. Death and vulgarity are the only two facts in the 19th century that one cannot explain away. The only difference between saints and sinners is that every saint has a past while every sinner has a future. Where there is no extravagance there is no love, and where there is no love there is no understanding. Where there is no exaggeration there is no love, and where there is no love there is no understanding. It is only about things that do not interest one, that one can give a really unbiased opinion. When we are happy we are always good, but when we are good we are not always happy. What a fuss people make about fidelity. Why, even in love it is purely a question for physiology. It has nothing to do with our own will. Young men want to be faithful, and are not, old men want to be faithless, and cannot, that is all one can say. Work is a refuge of people who have nothing better to do. The only way to get rid of a temptation is to yield to it. The only way to behave to a woman is to make love to her, if she is pretty, and to someone else, if she is plain. The only way a woman can ever reform her husband is by boring him so completely that he loses all possible interest in life. The fact is, you have fallen lately, Cecily, into a bad habit of thinking for yourself. You should give it up. It is not quite womanly, men don't like it. There are two ways of disliking poetry, one way is to dislike it, the other is to read Poe. There are only two kinds of people who are really fascinating, people who know absolutely everything, and people who know absolutely nothing. Life is too important to be taken seriously. Lewis Morris, it is a conspiracy of silence against me, a conspiracy of silence. What should I do? Oscar Wilde, join it. Lord Illingworth, the book of life begins with a man and a woman in a garden. Mrs. Allonby, it ends with revelations. Simple pleasures are always the last refuge of the complex. Sins of the flesh are nothing. Sins of the soul are shameful. She is absolutely inadmissible into society. Many a woman has a past, but I am told that she has at least a dozen, and that they all fit. Misfortunes one can endure, they come from outside, they are accidents. But to suffer for one's own faults, ah! There is the sting of life. Misfortunes one can endure, they come from outside, they are accidents. But to suffer for one's own faults, ah! There is the sting of life. Mrs. Allonby, no man does. That is his. Men marry because they are tired, women because they are curious, both are disappointed. One should never trust a woman who tells her real age. If she tells that, she'll tell anything. One should never trust a woman who tells her real age. A woman who would tell one that would tell anything. One should never make one's debut with a scandal. One should reserve that to give an interest to one's old age. One should never make one's debut in a scandal. One should reserve that to give interest to one's old age. One should play fairly when one has the winning cards. One knows so well the popular idea of health. The English country gentleman galloping after a fox, the unspeakable in full pursuit of the uneatable. One can give a really unbiased opinion only about things that do not interest one. One can always be kind to people one cares nothing about. One is absolutely sickened, not by the crimes that the wicked have committed, but by the punishments that the good have inflicted. And a community is infinitely more brutalized by the habitual employment of punishment than it is by the occasional occurrence of crime. Of course, the music is a great difficulty. You see, if one plays good music, people don't listen, and if one plays bad music, people don't talk. Of course, America had often been discovered before Columbus, but it had always been hushed up. None of us can stand other people having the same faults as ourselves. Murder is always a mistake. One should never do anything one cannot talk about after dinner. Music is the art which is most nigh to tears and memory. Musical people are so absurdly unreasonable. They always want one to be perfectly dumb at the very moment when one is longing to be absolutely deaf. Music makes one feel so romantic. At least it always gets on one's nerves, which is the same thing nowadays. Men always want to be a woman's first love, women like to be a man's last romance. Men always want to be a woman's first love. Women have a more subtle instinct. What they like is to be a man's last romance. Men always want to be a woman's first love. That is their clumsy vanity. We women have a more subtle instinct about things. What we like is to be a man's last romance. No, Ernest, don't talk about action. It is the last resource of those who know not how to dream. No, I am not at all cynical, I have merely got experience, which, however, is very much the same thing. Philanthropy seems to me to have become simply the refuge of people who wish to annoy their fellow creatures. Philanthropy is the refuge of rich people who wish to annoy their fellow creatures. Pleasure is the only thing to live for. Nothing ages like happiness. Popularity is the only insult that has not yet been offered to Mr. Whistler. On refusing to make alterations to one of his plays, who am I to tamper with a masterpiece? I dislike arguments of any kind. They are always vulgar, and often convincing. Caricature is the tribute that mediocrity pays to genius. Cecily. When I see a spade I call it a spade. Gwendolyn. I am glad to say I have never seen a spade. It is obvious that our social spheres have been widely different. I have made an important discovery, that alcohol, taken in sufficient quantities, produces all the effect of intoxication. I have met a lot of hard-boiled eggs in my time, but your 20 minutes. I hate vulgar realism in literature. The man who could call a spade should be compelled to use one. It is the only thing he is fit for. Formerly we used to canonize our heroes. The modern method is to vulgarize them. Cheap editions of great books may be delightful, but cheap editions of great men are absolutely detestable. I don't want money. It is only people who pay their bills who want that, and I never pay mine. Ignorance is like a delicate fruit, touch it, and the bloom is gone. He was always late on principle, his principle being that punctuality is the thief of time. He is never more present in my work than when no image of him is there. Whatever harsh criticisms may be passed on the construction of her sentences, she at least possesses that one touch of vulgarity that makes the whole world kin. There is much to be said in favor of modern journalism. By giving us the opinions of the uneducated, it keeps us in touch with the ignorance of the community. To get back to my youth I would do anything in the world, except take exercise, get up early, or be respectable. Here is the first passionate love letter I have ever written in my life. Strange, that my first passionate love letter should have been addressed to a dead girl. Can they feel, I wonder, those white silent people we call the dead? Good artists exist simply in what they make, and consequently are perfectly uninteresting in what they are. When they reached the end of the room he stopped, and muttered some words she could not understand. She opened her eyes, and saw the walls slowly fading away like a mist, and a great black cavern in front of her. A bitter cold wind swept round them, and she felt something pulling at her dress. "Quick, quick," cried the ghost, "or it will be too late," and, in a moment, the wainscoting had closed behind them, and the tapestry chamber was empty. He did not wear his scarlet coat, for blood and wine are red, and blood and wine were on his hands when they found him with the dead, the poor dead woman whom he loved, and murdered in her bed. There are terrible temptations that it requires strength and courage to yield to. Journalism justifies its own existence by the great Darwinian principle of the survival of the vulgarist. It is grossly selfish to require of one's neighbor that he should think in the same way, and hold the same opinions. Why should he? If he can think, he will probably think differently. If he cannot think, it is monstrous to require thought of any kind. I was disappointed in Niagara. Most people must be disappointed in Niagara. Every American bride is taken there, and the sight of the stupendous waterfall must be one of the earliest, if not the keenest, disappointments in American married life. It is only shallow people who do not judge by appearances. The true mystery of the world is the visible, not the invisible. It is only shallow people who do not judge by appearances. It is a terrible thing for a man to find out suddenly that all his life he has been speaking nothing but the truth. It is an odd thing, but every one who disappears is said to be seen at San Francisco. It must be a delightful city, and possess all the attractions of the next world. It is better to be beautiful than to be good, but it is better to be good than to be ugly. I represent to you all the sins you have never had the courage to commit. Pardon me, you are not engaged to anyone. When you do become engaged to someone, I, or your father, should his health permit him, will inform you of the fact. An engagement should come on a young girl as a surprise, pleasant or unpleasant, as the case may be. It is hardly a matter that she could be allowed to arrange for herself. People who love only once in their lives are shallow people. What they call their loyalty, and their fidelity, I call either the lethargy of custom or their lack of imagination. Relations are simply a tedious pack of people, who haven't the remotest knowledge of how to live, nor the smallest instinct about when to die. Relations are simply a tedious pack of people, who haven't got the remotest knowledge of how to live, nor the smallest instinct about when to die. Some of these people need 10 years of therapy. 10 sentences of mine do not equal 10 years of therapy. Marriage is the triumph of imagination over intelligence. Literature always anticipates life. It does not copy it, but molds it to its purpose. The 19th century, as we know it, is largely an invention of Balzac. Literature always anticipates life. It does not copy it, but molds it to its purpose. Cricket, requires one to assume such indecent postures. Man can believe the impossible, but can never believe the improbable. The aim of love is to love, no more, and no less. The Americans are certainly hero worshippers, and always take their heroes from the criminal classes. Mere color, unspoiled by meaning, and unallied with definite form, can speak to the soul in 1,000 different ways. Wickedness is a myth invented by good people to account for the curious attraction of others. We Irish are too poetical to be poets. We are a nation of brilliant failures, but we are the greatest talkers since the Greeks. Vulgarity is the conduct of other people, just as falsehoods are the truths of other people. To make a good salad is to be a brilliant diplomatist. The problem is entirely the same in both cases. To know exactly how much oil one must put with one's vinegar. To love yourself is the start of a lifetime romance. To love oneself is the beginning of a lifelong romance. To love oneself is the beginning of a lifelong romance. Tread lightly, she is near under the snow, speak gently, she can hear the daisies grow. Those who are faithless know the pleasures of love, it is the faithful who know love's tragedies. We have little time and lots to do, let's take time for everything we do. The only difference between a caprice and a lifelong passion is that the caprice lasts a little longer. The proper basis for marriage is mutual misunderstanding. We degenerate into hideous puppets, haunted by the memory of the passions of which we were much afraid, and the exquisite temptations that we had not the courage to yield to. Don't be afraid. There are exquisite things in store for you. This is merely the beginning. When I was young, I thought that money was the most important thing in life. Now that I am old, I know it is. When a woman marries again, it is because she detested her first husband. When a man marries again, it is because he adored his first wife. Women try their luck, men risk theirs. To believe is very dull. To doubt is intensely engrossing. To reveal art and conceal the artist is art's aim. With an evening coat and a white tie, anybody, even a stockbroker, can gain a reputation for being civilized. Yet each man kills the thing he loves from all. Let this be heard. Some does it with a bitter look, some with a flattering word. The coward does it with a kiss, the brave man with the sword. There is only one thing in the world worse than being talked about, and that is not being talked about. The only thing worse than being talked about is not being talked about. The play was a great success, but the audience was a disaster. Find expression for a sorrow, and it will become dear to you. Find an expression for joy, and you will intensify its ecstasy. Experience is the name we give to our past mistakes. Experience is the name everyone gives to their mistakes. The governor was strong upon the Regulations Act. The doctor said that death was but a scientific fact, and twice a day the chaplain called, and left a little tract. You are young. No hungry generations tread you down. The past does not mock you with the ruins of a beauty the secret of whose creation you have lost. To many, no doubt, he will seem to be somewhat blatant and bumptious, but we prefer to regard him as being simply British. Woman's first duty in life is to her dressmaker. What the second duty is no one has yet discovered. Woman begins by resisting a man's advances and ends up blocking his retreat. To me, beauty is the wonder of wonders. It is only shallow people who do not judge by appearances. There is nothing in the whole world so unbecoming to a woman as a nonconformist conscience. There is no such thing as an omen. Destiny does not send us heralds. She is too wise or too cruel for that. There is no such thing as a moral book or an immoral book. Books are well written or badly written. That is all. What people call insincerity is simply a method by which we can multiply our personalities. What nonsense people talk about happy marriages. A man can be happy with any woman so long as he doesn't love her. What is said of a man is nothing. The point is, who says it? 20 years of romance make a woman look like a ruin, but 20 years of marriage make her something like a public building. To get into the best society nowadays, one has either to feed people, amuse people, or shock people. To have the reputation of possessing the most perfect social tact, talk to every woman as if you loved her, and to every man as if he bored you. The pure and simple truth is rarely pure and never simple. To be entirely free, and at the same time, entirely dominated by law, is the eternal paradox of human life that we realize at every moment. Beauty is a form of genius, is higher, indeed, than genius, as it needs no explanation. It is of the great facts in the world like sunlight, or springtime, or the reflection in dark water of that silver shell we call the moon. Beautiful things like beautiful sins belong to the rich. Conscience and cowardice are really the same things. Conscience is the trade name of the firm. That is all. Conscience and cowardice are really the same things. Discord is to be forced to be in harmony with others. Disobedience, in the eyes of anyone who has read history, is man's original virtue. It is through disobedience that progress has been made, through disobedience and through rebellion. Disobedience, in the eyes of anyone who has read history, is man's original virtue. It is through disobedience that progress has been made, through disobedience and through rebellion. Consistency is the last resort of the unimaginative. And the wild regrets and the bloody sweats none knew so well as I, that he who lives more lives than one, more deaths than one shall die. And the wild regrets, and the bloody sweats, none knew so well as I, for he who lives more lives than one more deaths than one must die. An ordinary man away from home giving advice. Argument are to be avoided, they are always vulgar and often convincing. Each time that one loves is the only time one has ever loved. Difference of object does not alter singleness of passion. It merely intensifies it. We can have but one great experience at best, and the secret of life is to reproduce that experience as often as possible. The picture of Dorian Gray. Fashion is the method by which the fantastic becomes for a moment universal. The tragedy of old age is not that one is old, but that one is young. Things last either too long, or not long enough. The worst form of tyranny the world has ever known, the tyranny of the weak over the strong. It is the only tyranny that lasts. The world was my oyster, but I used the wrong fork. Oscar Wilde. The whole theory of modern education is radically unsound. Fortunately in England, at any rate, education produces no effect whatsoever. If it did, it would prove a serious danger to the upper classes, and probably lead to acts of violence. They afterwards took me to a dancing saloon where I saw the only rational method of art criticism I have ever come across. Over the piano was printed a notice, "Please do not shoot the pianist. He is doing his best." The worst vice of a fanatic is his sincerity. The way of paradoxes is the way of truth. The world has been made by fools that men should live in it. These days man knows the price of everything, but the value of nothing. The secret of life is to appreciate the pleasure of being terribly deceived. The secret of life is never to have an emotion that is unbecoming. The strength of women comes from the fact that psychology cannot explain us. Men can be analyzed, women merely adored. The soul is born old but grows young. That is the comedy of life. And the body is born young and grows old. That is life's tragedy. Temperament is the primary requisite for the critic, a temperament exquisitely susceptible to beauty, and to the various impressions that beauty gives us. Punctuality is the thief of time. Wilde. I never travel without my diary. One should always have something sensational to read in the train. Really, if the lower orders don't set us a good example, what on earth is the use of them? They seem, as a class, to have absolutely no sense of moral responsibility. People who count their chickens before they are hatched, act very wisely, because chickens run about so absurdly that it is impossible to count them accurately. Oh, duty is what one expects from others, it is not what one does oneself. A damsel is a genius in the daytime and a beauty at night. A cynic is Samian who knows the price of everything, but the value of nothing. A cynic is a man who knows the price of everything but the value of nothing. One can only give an unbiased opinion about things that do not interest one, which is no doubt the reason an unbiased opinion is always valueless. The man who sees both sides of a question is a man who sees absolutely nothing. No work of art ever puts forward views. Views belong to people who are not artists. Nowadays people know the price of everything and the value of nothing. Nowadays most people die of a sort of creeping common sense, and discover when it is too late that the only things one never regrets are one's mistakes. Action is the last resource of those who know not how to dream. An inordinate passion for pleasure is the secret of remaining young. Anybody can sympathize with the sufferings of a friend, but it requires a very fine nature. It requires, in fact, that nature of a true individualist to sympathize with a friend's success. A sentimentalist, my dear Darlington, is a man who sees an absurd value in everything, and doesn't know the market price of any single thing. As for a spoiled life, no life is spoiled but one whose growth is arrested. A truly good woman comes in only two types, one who knows nothing and the other who knows everything. A true gentleman is one who is never unintentionally rude. A true friend stabs you in the front. Ah, well, then I suppose I shall have to die beyond my means. You should study the Peerage, Gerald. It is the one book a young man about town should know thoroughly, and it is the best thing in fiction the English have ever done. Young people, nowadays, imagine that money is everything, and when they grow older, they know it. 35 is a very attractive age. London society is full of women of the highest birth who have, of their own free choice, remained 35 for years. A man cannot be too careful in the choice of his enemies. Always forgive your enemies. Nothing annoys them more. A man's face is his autobiography. A woman's face is her work of fiction. A man who moralizes is usually a hypocrite, and a woman who moralizes is invariably plain. A man who can dominate a London dinner table can dominate the world. The future belongs to the dandy. It is the exquisites who are going to rule. America has been discovered before, but it has always been hushed up. They are so pleased to find out other people's secrets. It distracts public attention from their own. This morning I took out a comma and this afternoon I put it back in again. A subject that is beautiful in itself gives no suggestion to the artist. It lacks imperfection. Absolute catholicity of taste is not without its dangers. It is only an auctioneer who should admire all schools of art. A chemist on each side will approach the frontier with a bottle. Its failings notwithstanding, there is much to be said in favor of journalism in that by giving us the opinion of the uneducated, it keeps us in touch with the ignorance of the community. It is perfectly monstrous the way people go about nowadays saying things against one, behind one's back, that are absolutely and entirely true. For his mourners will be outcast men, and outcasts always mourn. It is well for our vanity that we slay the criminal, for if we suffered him to live he might show us what we had gained by his crime. It is very vulgar to talk like a dentist when one isn't a dentist. It produced a false impression. It is through art and through art only that we can realize our perfection, through art and art only that we can shield ourselves from the sordid perils of actual existence. The books that the world calls immoral are the books that show the world its own shame. The best way to appreciate your job is to imagine yourself without one. Talk to every woman as if you loved her, and to every man as if he bored you, and at the end of your first season you will have the reputation of possessing the most perfect social tact. Never speak disrespectfully of society. Only people who can't get into it do that. I want the dead lovers of the world to hear our laughter and grow sad. I want a breath of our passion to stir their dust into consciousness, to wake their ashes in pain. The value of an idea has nothing to do with the success of the man who expresses it. They are horribly tedious when they are good husbands, and abominably conceited when they are not. Nothing produces such an effect as a good platitude. Nothing makes one so vain as being told one is a sinner. Conscience makes egotists of us all. Nothing that is worth knowing can be taught. Nothing spoils a romance so much as a sense of humor in the woman, or the want of it in the man. Nothing spoils a romance so much as a sense of humor in the woman. A cigarette is the perfect type of a perfect pleasure. It is exquisite, and it leaves one unsatisfied. What more can one want? Seriousness is the last refuge of the shallow. Society produces rogues, and education makes one rogue cleverer than another. The mind of a thoroughly well-informed man is a dreadful thing. It is like a bric-a-brac shop, all monsters and dust, with everything priced above its proper value. The consciousness of loving and being loved brings a warmth and richness to life that nothing else can bring. The consciousness of loving and being loved brings a warmth and richness to life that nothing else can bring. Imagination is a quality given a man to compensate him for what he is not, and a sense of humor was provided to console him for what he is. Indeed, in many respects she was quite English and was an excellent example of the fact that we have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, the language. I knew that I had come face to face with someone whose mere personality was so fascinating that, if I allowed it to do so, it would absorb my whole nature, my whole soul, my very art itself. I have nothing to declare but my genius. In America, the young are always ready to give to those older than themselves the full benefit of their inexperience. In America the president reigns for 4 years, and journalism governs forever and ever. I may have said the same thing before, but my explanation, I am sure, will always be different. In this world there are 2 tragedies. One is not getting what one wants, and the other is getting it. The last is much the worst. In the world there are only 2 tragedies. One is not getting what one wants, and the other is getting it. In the wild struggle for existence, we want to have something that endures, and so we fill our minds with rubbish and facts, in the silly hope of keeping our place. Insincerity is merely a method by which we can multiply our personalities. In old days men had the rack. Now they have the press. I love talking about nothing. It is the only thing I know anything about. I live in fear of not being misunderstood. I know, of course, how important it is not to keep a business engagement, if one wants to retain any sense of the beauty of life. I know not whether laws be right or whether laws be wrong, all that we know who live in goal is that the wall is strong, and that each day is like a year whose days are long. If you meet at dinner a man who has spent his life in educating himself, you rise from the table richer, and conscious that a high ideal has for a moment touched and sanctified your days. In examinations, the foolish ask questions the wise cannot answer. If there is anything in the world more annoying than having people talk about you, it is certainly having no one talk about you. Civilization is not by any means an easy thing to attain to. There are only two ways by which man can reach it. One is by being cultured, the other by being corrupt. Civilization is not by any means an easy thing to attain to. There are only two ways by which man can reach it. One is by being cultured, the other by being corrupt. He would stab his best friend for the sake of writing an epigram on his tombstone. Children have a natural antipathy to books. Handicraft should be the basis of education. Boys and girls should be taught to use their hands to make something, and they would be less apt to destroy and be mischievous. Children begin by loving their parents. As they grow older they judge them. Sometimes, they forgive them. But I am afraid that we are beginning to be overeducated. At least everybody who is incapable of learning has taken to teaching. How clever you are, my dear. You never mean a single word you say. Charity, dear Miss Prism, Charity. None of us are perfect. I myself am peculiarly susceptible to drafts. By persistently remaining single, a man converts himself into a permanent public temptation. Men should be more careful. Good taste is the excuse I have given for leading such a bad life. If England treats her criminals the way she has treated me, she doesn't deserve to have any. I can believe anything as long as it is incredible. I appropriate what is already mine, for once a thing is published it becomes public property. How sad it is! I shall grow old, and horrid, and dreadful. But this picture will remain always young. It will never be older than this particular day of June. If it was only the other way. If it was I who were to be always young, and the picture that were to grow old. For this I would give everything. Yes, there is nothing in the whole world I would not give. Hear no evil, speak no evil, and you'll never be invited to a party. He paid some attention to the management of his collieries in the Midland counties, excusing himself for this taint of industry on the ground that the one advantage of having coal was that it enabled a gentleman to afford the decency of burning wood on his own hearth. Gossip is charming. History is merely gossip. But scandal is gossip made tedious by morality. Spontaneity is a meticulously prepared art. We have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, language. I don't want to earn my living. I want to live. Circumstances should never alter principles. A flower blossoms for its own joy. The artistic life is a long, lovely suicide. The emotions of man are stirred more quickly than man's intelligence. Behind the perfection of a man's style, must lie the passion of a man's soul. Sins of the flesh are nothing. They are maladies for physicians to cure, if they should be cured. Sins of the soul alone are shameful. I have never met any really wicked person before. I feel rather frightened. I am so afraid he will look just like everyone else. I don't like novels that end happily. They depress me so much. I never saw anybody take so long to dress, and with such little result. Nothing annoys people so much as not receiving invitations. One's days were too brief to take the burden of another's errors on one's shoulders. Each man lived his own life and paid his own price for living it. The birds that were singing in the dew-drenched garden seemed to be telling the flowers about her. Hesitation of any kind is a sign of mental decay in the young, of physical weakness in the old. You can't possibly ask me to go without having some dinner. It's absurd. I never go without my dinner. No one ever does, except vegetarians and people like that. I quite agree with Dr. Nordau's assertion that all men of genius are insane, but Dr. Nordau forgets that all sane people are idiots. The amount of women in London who flirt with their own husbands is perfectly scandalous. It looks so bad. It is simply washing one's clean linen in public. It is a great mistake for men to give up paying compliments, for when they give up saying what is charming, they give up thinking what is charming. Football is all very well as a game for rough girls, but is hardly suitable for delicate boys. I cannot choose 100 best books because I have only written 5. What fire does not destroy, it hardens. The simplicity of your character makes you exquisitely incomprehensible to me. God and other artists are always a little obscure. Every impulse we strangle will only poison us. The optimist sees the donut, the pessimist sees the hole. The final mystery is oneself. Nothing spoils romance so much as a sense of humor in the woman. Every woman becomes their mother. That's their tragedy. And no man becomes his. That's his tragedy. The best way to make children good is to make them happy. I am sick to death of cleverness. Everybody is clever nowadays. With age comes wisdom, but sometimes age comes alone. Love does not traffic in a marketplace, nor use a huckster's scales. Its joy, like the joy of the intellect, is to feel itself alive. The aim of love is to love, no more, and no less. You were my enemy, such an enemy as no man ever had. I had given you all my life, and to gratify the lowest and most contemptible of all human passions, hatred and vanity and greed, you had thrown it away. In less than 3 years you had entirely ruined me in every point of view. For my own sake there was nothing for me to do but to love you. To get into the best society, nowadays, one has either to feed people, amuse people, or shock people, that is all. The only thing I cannot resist is temptation. I don't play accurately. Anyone can play accurately, but I play with wonderful expression. As far as the piano is concerned, sentiment is my forte. I keep science for life. When we are happy, we are always good, but when we are good, we are not always happy. The only way to get rid of a temptation is to yield to it. Resist it, and your soul grows sick with longing for the things it has forbidden to itself, with desire for what its monstrous laws have made monstrous and unlawful. I hope your hair curls naturally, does it? Yes, darling, with a little help from others. If I am occasionally a little overdressed, I make up for it by being always immensely overeducated. I wanted to eat of the fruit of all the trees in the garden of the world. And so, indeed, I went out, and so I lived. My only mistake was that I confined myself so exclusively to the trees of what seemed to me the sunlit side of the garden, and shunned the other side for its shadow and its gloom. Sarcasm is the lowest form of wit. Irony is wasted on the stupid. I don't write this letter to put bitterness into your heart, but to pluck it out of mine. For my own sake I must forgive you. I really don't see anything romantic in proposing. It is very romantic to be in love. But there is nothing romantic about a definite proposal. Why, one may be accepted. One usually is, I believe. Then the excitement is all over. The very essence of romance is uncertainty. If ever I get married, I'll certainly try to forget the fact. Religions die when they are proved to be true. Science is the record of dead religions. People who count their chickens before they are hatched act very wisely, because chickens run about so absurdly that it's impossible to count them accurately. The studio was filled with the rich odor of roses, and when the light summer wind stirred amidst the trees of the garden, there came through the open door the heavy scent of the lilac, or the more delicate perfume of the pink flowering thorn. If you want to be a doormat, you have to lay yourself down first. When a man is old enough to do wrong, he should be old enough to do right also. There were moments when he looked on evil simply as a mode through which he could realize his conception of the beautiful. My wallpaper and I are fighting a duel to the death. One or the other of us has to go. She is all the great heroines of the world in one. She is more than an individual. I love her, and I must make her love me. I want to make Romeo jealous. I want the dead lovers of the world to hear our laughter, and grow sad. I want a breath of our passion to stir dust into consciousness, to wake their ashes into pain. He had that curious love of green, which in individuals is always the sign of a subtle artistic temperament, and in nations is said to denote a laxity, if not a decadence of morals. The only way to behave to a woman is to make love to her if she is pretty, and to someone else if she is plain. A pessimist is somebody who complains about the noise when opportunity knocks. People are very fond of giving away what they need most themselves. It is what I call the depth of generosity. I am tired of myself tonight. I should like to be somebody else. You know more than you think you know, just as you know less than you want to know. If there is anything more annoying in the world than having people talk about you, it is certainly having no one talk about you. Anybody can make history, only a great man can write it. To be natural is such a very difficult pose to keep up. The artist is the creator of beautiful things. To reveal art and conceal the artist is art's aim. He lives the poetry that he cannot write. The others write the poetry that they dare not realize. Time is jealous of you, and wars against your lilies and your roses. I can't help detesting my relations. I suppose it comes from the fact that none of us can stand other people having the same faults as ourselves. It is the confession, not the priest, that gives us absolution. The secret to life is to enjoy the pleasure of being terribly, terribly deceived. A man who takes himself too seriously will find that no one else takes him seriously. A kiss may ruin a human life. All the spring may be hidden in the single bud, and the low-ground nest of the lark may hold the joy that is to herald the feet of many rose-red dawns. Art only begins where imitation ends. All great ideas are dangerous. It is so easy to convince others, it is so difficult to convince oneself. I like talking to a brick wall, it's the only thing in the world that never contradicts me. Lying, the telling of beautiful untrue things, is the proper aim of art. Pray don't talk to me about the weather, Mr. Worthing. Whenever people talk to me about the weather, I always feel quite certain that they mean something else. And that makes me quite nervous. Friendship is far more tragic than love. It lasts longer. I never take any notice to what common people say, and I never interfere with what charming people do. Experience is a question of instinct about life. They spoil every romance by trying to make it last forever. Pleasure is the only thing one should live for, nothing ages like happiness. Truth, in matters of religion, is simply the opinion that has survived. I am sick of women who love one. Women who hate one are much more interesting. I knew nothing but shadows and I thought them to be real. If one tells the truth, one is sure, sooner or later, to be found out. One can always be kind to people about whom one cares nothing. We teach people how to remember, we never teach them how to grow. When critics disagree, the artist is in accord with himself. Ah! The strength of women comes from the fact that psychology cannot explain us. Men can be analyzed, women, merely adored. Those who are faithful know only the trivial side of love. It is the faithless who know love's tragedies. It's an odd thing, but anyone who disappears is said to be seen in San Francisco. It must be a delightful city and possess all the attractions of the next world. The tragedy of the poor is that they can afford nothing but self-denial. In the old days men had the rack. Now they have the press. Now art should never try to be popular. The public should try to make itself artistic. Morality, like art, means drawing a line someplace. I hate people who are not serious about meals. It is so shallow of them. My own business always bores me to death. I prefer other people's. Life cheats us with shadows. We ask it for pleasure. It gives it to us with bitterness and disappointment in its train. Alcohol, taken in sufficient quantities, may produce all the effects of drunkenness. To get back my youth, I would do anything in the world, except take exercise, get up early, or be respectable. With freedom, books, flowers, and the moon, who could not be happy? To be popular one must be a mediocrity. Actions are the first tragedy in life, words are the second. Words are perhaps the worst. Words are merciless. The proper basis for marriage is a mutual misunderstanding. Popularity is the one insult I have never suffered. Life has been your art. You have set yourself to music. Your days are your sonnets. I don't like compliments, and I don't see why a man should think he is pleasing a woman enormously when he says to her a whole heap of things that he doesn't mean. How else but through a broken heart may Lord Christ enter in? I adore simple pleasures. They are the last refuge of the complex. Life is not complex. We are complex. Life is simple, and the simple thing is the right thing. Alas, I am dying beyond my means. Why was I born with such contemporaries? All art is quite useless. Who, being loved, is poor? I can resist everything except temptation. True friends stab you in the front. Illusion is the first of all pleasures. Everything that is popular is wrong. Only the unimaginative can fail to find a reason for drinking champagne. Just be yourself. Everybody else is already taken. The moment that an artist takes notice of what other people want, and tries to supply the demand, he ceases to be an artist. Life. Life. Don't let us go to life for our fulfillment or our experience. It is a thing narrowed by circumstances, incoherent in its utterance, and without that fine correspondence of form and spirit which is the only thing that can satisfy the artistic. The secret of life is in art. The only thing that ever consoles man for the stupid things he does is the praise he always gives himself for doing them. Surely love is a wonderful thing. It is more precious than emeralds, and dearer than fine opals. Pearls and pomegranates cannot buy it, nor is it set forth in the marketplace. It may not be purchased of the merchants, for can it be weighed out in the balance for gold? The bureaucracy is expanding to meet the needs of the expanding bureaucracy. Everything in moderation, including moderation. I beg your pardon, I didn't recognize you. I've changed a lot. Everything popular is wrong. It seems to me that we all look at nature too much, and live with her too little. I never put off till tomorrow what I can do the day after. I am always late on principle, my principle being that punctuality is the thief of time. I'm too old to know everything. The security of society lies in custom and unconscious instinct, and the basis of the stability of society, as a healthy organism, is the complete absence of any intelligence amongst its members. I never approve, or disapprove, of anything now. It is an absurd attitude to take towards life. One should never trust a woman who tells one her real age. A woman who would tell one that would tell one anything. Now and then it is a joy to have one's table red with wine and roses. Be moderate in all things, including moderation. Travel ennobles the spirit and does away with our prejudices. The truth is rarely pure and never simple. Modern life would be very tedious if it were either, and modern literature a complete impossibility. No work of art ever puts forward views. Views belong to people who are not artists. I love to talk about nothing. It's the only thing I know anything about. To do nothing at all is the most difficult thing in the world, the most difficult and the most intellectual. If you cannot write well, you cannot think well. If you cannot think well, others will do your thinking for you. Some things are more precious because they don't last long. Now, nothing should be able to harm a man except himself. Nothing should be able to rob a man at all. What a man really has, is what is in him. What is outside of him should be a matter of no importance. Every man of ambition has to fight his century with its own weapons. What this century worships is wealth. The god of this century is wealth. To succeed one must have wealth. At all costs one must have wealth. The English public takes no interest in a work of art until it is told that the work in question is immoral. Beauty is of the great facts in the world like sunlight, or springtime, or the reflection in dark water of that silver shell we call the moon. To be good is to be in harmony with oneself. Discord is to be forced to be in harmony with others. It takes great deal of courage to see the world in all its tainted glory, and still to love it. I have learned this: it is not what one does that is wrong, but what one becomes as a consequence of it. Experience is merely the name men gave to their mistakes. All art is immortal. For emotion for the sake of emotion is the aim of art, and emotion for the sake of action is the aim of life. Christ did not die to save people, but to teach people how to save each other. This is, I have no doubt, a grave heresy, but it is also a fact. A process which makes one rogue cleverer than another. The true perfection of man lies not in what man has, but in what man is. My great mistake, the fault for which I can't forgive myself, is that one day I ceased my obstinate pursuit of my own individuality. If you are not long, I will wait for you all my life. Wickedness is a myth invented by good people to account for the curious attractiveness of others. It is perfectly possible to get what you think you want and be miserable. It's possible too, to never get it but deeply enjoy the process of trying. In this world, there are only two tragedies. One is not getting what one wants, and the other is getting it. I must remember that a good friend is a new world. What seems to us as bitter trials are often blessings in disguise, in the future. But only if we set out to make this true and anticipate it, so we look for the blessings until we find them. Where there is sorrow, there is holy ground. Good intentions are invariably ungrammatical. The worst vice of the fanatic is his sincerity. To have become a deeper man is the privilege of those who have suffered. Young men want to be faithful, and are not. Old men want to be faithless, and cannot. Where there is no love there is no understanding. Men become old, but they never become good. I have grown to love secrecy. It seems to be the one thing that can make modern life mysterious or marvelous to us. The commonest thing is delightful if only one hides it. Good resolutions are simply checks that men draw on a bank where they have no account. I like hearing myself talk. It is one of my greatest pleasures. I often have long conversations all by myself. Sometimes I am so clever I don't understand a single word of what I am saying. I won't belong to a club that accepts me as a member. Rugby is a game for barbarians played by gentlemen. Football is a game for gentlemen played by barbarians. Give a man a mask and he'll tell you the truth. Just as the orator marks his good things by a dramatic pause, or by raising and lowering his voice, or by gesture, so the writer marks his epigrams with italics, setting the little gem, so to speak, like a jeweler. The 19th hatred of realism is Caliban's enraged reaction to seeing his own face in the mirror. The 19th rejection of romanticism is Caliban's fury at not seeing his face reflected in the mirror. Nature, she will hang the night stars so that I may walk abroad in the darkness without stumbling, and send word the wind over my footprints so that none may track me to my hurt. She will cleanse me in great waters, and with bitter herbs make me whole. Self-denial is the shining sore on the leprous body of Christianity. You can never be overdressed or overeducated. There is nothing that art cannot express. Make some sacrifice for your art and you will be repaid, but ask of art to sacrifice herself for you and a bitter disappointment may come to you. Every woman is a rebel. If people were meant to be nude, they would have been born this way. People fashion their God after their own understanding. They make their God first and worship him afterwards. I am always astonishing myself. It is the only thing that makes life worth living. To be premature is to be perfect. What is beautiful is a joy for all seasons. There are moments when art attains almost to the dignity of manual labor. The work of art is to dominate the spectator is not to dominate the work of art. The public has always, and in every age, been badly brought up. They are continually asking art to be popular, to please their want of taste, to flatter their absurd vanity, to tell them what they have been told before, to show them what they ought to be tired of seeing, to amuse them when they feel heavy after eating too much, and to distract their thoughts when they are wearied of their own stupidity. Something was dead in each of us, and what was dead was hope. One does not see anything until one sees its beauty. The good we get from art is not what we learn from it, it is what we become through it. The ugly can be beautiful, the pretty, never. I love scandals about other people, but scandals about myself don't interest me. They have not got the charm of novelty. Every little action of the common day makes or unmakes character. The man who sees both sides of a question is a man who sees absolutely nothing at all. I have no objection to anyone's sex life as long as they don't practice it in the street and frighten the horses. Schools should be the most beautiful place in every town and village, so beautiful that the punishment for undutiful children should be barred from going to school the following day. If I hadn't believed it, then I wouldn't have seen it. Always keep love in your heart. Find expression for a sorrow, and it will become dear to you. Find expression for a joy, and you will intensify its ecstasy. My wish isn't to mean everything to everyone but something to someone. Any map of the world that does not include utopia is not even worth glancing at. With an evening coat and a white tie, anybody, even a stockbroker, can gain a reputation for being civilized. One is not always happy when one is good, but one is always good when one is happy. Nothing, indeed, is more dangerous to the young artist than any conception of ideal beauty. He is constantly led by it either into weak prettiness or lifeless abstraction, whereas to touch the ideal at all you must not strip it of vitality. You must find it in life and recreate it in art. I have the kiss of Walt Whitman still on my lips. The dim roar of London was like the bourdon note of a distant organ. Rugby is a good occasion for keeping 30 bullies far from the center of the city. The history of women is the history of the worst form of tyranny the world has ever known. The tyranny of the weak over the strong. It is the only tyranny that lasts. Loveless marriages are horrible. But there is one thing worse than an absolutely loveless marriage. A marriage in which there is love, but on one side only, faith, but on one side only, devotion, but on one side only, and in which of the two hearts one is sure to be broken. People sometimes inquire what form of government is most suitable for an artist to live under. To this question there is only one answer. The form of government that is most suitable to the artist is no government at all. A subject that is beautiful in itself gives no suggestion to the artist. It lacks imperfection. Sphinxes without secrets. Few parents nowadays pay any regard to what their children say to them. The old-fashioned respect for the young is fast dying out. It is exactly because a man cannot do a thing that he is a proper judge of it. An actor is part illusionist, part artist, part ham. Oh, he occasionally takes an alcoholiday. Who am I to tamper with a masterpiece? To make a good salad is to be a brilliant diplomatist. The problem is entirely the same in both cases. To know exactly how much oil one must put with one's vinegar. One can live for years sometimes without living at all, and then all life comes crowding into one single hour. One's only real life is the life one never leads. One should never listen. To listen is a sign of indifference to one's hearers. A man who marries his mistress leaves a vacancy in that position. The past is of no importance. The present is of no importance. It is with the future that we have to deal. For the past is what man should not have been. The present is what man ought not to be. The future is what artists are. To believe is very dull. To doubt is intensely engrossing. To be on the alert is to live, to be lulled into security is to die. Agitators are a set of interfering, meddling people, who come down to some perfectly contented class of the community and sow the seeds of discontent amongst them. That is the reason why agitators are so absolutely necessary. Without them, in our incomplete state, there would be no advance towards civilization. I live in terror of not being misunderstood. No crime is vulgar, but all vulgarity is crime. A well-tied tie is the first serious step in life. They are always asking a writer why he does not write like somebody else, or a painter why he does not paint like somebody else, quite oblivious of the fact that if either of them did anything of the kind he would cease to be an artist. I prefer women with a past. They're always so damned amusing to talk to. Crying is the refuge of plain women but the ruin of pretty ones. Don't give a woman advice. One should never give a woman anything she can't wear in the evening. It is only through art and through art only that we can realize our perfection. Through art and art only that we can shield ourselves from the sordid perils of actual existence. The condition of perfection is idleness, the aim of perfection is youth. All trials are trials for one's life, just as all sentences are sentences of death. Popularity is the crown of laurel which the world puts on bad art. Whatever is popular is wrong. If one hears bad music, it is one's duty to drown it by one's conversation. It is a sad truth, but we have lost the faculty of giving lovely names to things. Names are everything. I never quarrel with actions. My one quarrel is with words. The man who could call a spade should be compelled to use one. It is the only thing he is fit for. There is only one real tragedy in a woman's life. The fact that her past is always her lover, and her future invariably her husband. The man who says he has exhausted life generally means that life has exhausted him. The truth is never pure and rarely simple. It is personalities, not principles, that move the age. I can't stand people that do not take food seriously. I forgot that every little action of the common day makes or unmakes character, and that therefore what one has done in the secret chamber one has some day to cry aloud on the housetops. Bad art is a great deal worse than no art at all. On an occasion of this kind it becomes more than a moral duty to speak one's mind. It becomes a pleasure. As one reads history, one is absolutely sickened, not by the crimes that the wicked have committed, but by the punishments that the good have inflicted. We are each our own devil, and we make this world our hell. A red rose is not selfish because it wants to be a red rose. It would be horribly selfish if it wanted all the other flowers in the garden to be both red and roses. When liberty comes with hands dabbled in blood, it is hard to shake hands with her. Prayer must never be answered. If it is, it ceases to be prayer and becomes correspondence. The stage is not merely the meeting place of all the arts, but is also the return of art to life. Nothing is so dangerous as being too modern. One is apt to grow old-fashioned quite suddenly. Everyone is born a king, and most people die in exile. The evolution of man is slow. The injustice of men is great. He must have a truly romantic nature, for he weeps when there is nothing at all to weep about. The youth of America is their oldest tradition. It has been going on now for 300 years. Married men are horribly tedious when they are good husbands, and abominably conceited when they are not. The only thing that one really knows about human nature is that it changes. Change is the one quality we can predicate of it. The systems that fail are those that rely on the permanency of human nature, and not on its growth and development. The error of Louis XIV was that he thought human nature would always be the same. The result of his error was the French Revolution. It was an admirable result. Cultivated leisure is the aim of man. Pleasure is nature's test, her sign of approval. When man is happy, he is in harmony with himself and his environment. A sentimentalist is simply one who desires to have the luxury of an emotion without paying for it. Flowers are as common in the country as people are in London. To give and not expect return, that is what lies at the heart of love. A woman will flirt with anybody in the world as long as other people are looking on. Like dear Saint Francis of Assisi, I am wedded to poverty, but in my case the marriage is not a success. I don't at all like knowing what people say of me behind my back. It makes me far too conceited. One's real life is often the life that one does not lead. We are never more true to ourselves than when we are inconsistent. Books are never finished, they are merely abandoned. There can be nothing more frequent than an occasional drink. Art never expresses anything but itself. Too much work, and no vacation, deserves at least a small libation. So hail, my friends, and raise your glasses, works the curse of the drinking classes. Beauty is the only thing that time cannot harm. By persistently remaining single, a man converts himself into a permanent public temptation. When one has never heard a man's name in the course of one's life, it speaks volumes for him. He must be quite respectable. I hate vulgar realism in literature. The man who would call a spade should be compelled to use one. It is a curious fact that people are never so trivial as when they take themselves seriously. Discontent is the first step in the progress of a man or a nation. The public have an insatiable curiosity to know everything, except what is worth knowing. It's a beautiful woman's fate to be the subject of conversation wherever she goes. To become a spectator of one's own life is to escape the suffering of life. The world was my oyster, but I used the wrong fork. I like men who have a future and women who have a past. I know. In fact, I am never wrong. The world is changed because you are made of ivory and gold. The curves of your lips rewrite history. Disobedience, in the eyes of anyone who has read history, is, man's original virtue. It is through disobedience that progress has been made, through disobedience and through rebellion. This wallpaper is dreadful, one of us will have to go. I am too fond of reading books to care to write them. You have filled my tea with lumps of sugar, and though I asked most distinctly for bread and butter, you have given me cake. I am known for the gentleness of my disposition, and the extraordinary sweetness of my nature, but I warn you, Miss Cardew, you may go too far. You must have a cigarette. A cigarette is the perfect type of a perfect pleasure. It is exquisite, and it leaves one unsatisfied. What more can one want? Humanity takes itself too seriously. It is the world's original sin. If the caveman had known how to laugh, history would have been different. Literature always anticipates life. It doesn't copy it but molds it to its purpose. The mystery of love is greater than the mystery of death. In old days books were written by men of letters and read by the public. Nowadays books are written by the public and read by nobody. Memory is the diary that chronicles things that never happened or couldn't possibly have happened. Oh, brothers! I don't care for brothers. My elder brother won't die, and my younger brothers seem never to do anything else. Misfortunes one can endure, they come from outside, they are accidents. But to suffer for one's own faults, there is the sting of life. In matters of grave importance, style, not sincerity, is the vital thing. I can believe anything provided it is incredible. Music makes one feel so romantic, at least it always gets on one's nerves, which is the same thing nowadays. Paradoxically though it may seem, it is none the less true that life imitates art far more than art imitates life. Anyone who lives within their means suffers from a lack of imagination. It is always the unreadable that occurs. Biography lends to death a new terror. Charity creates a multitude of sins. Taking sides is the beginning of sincerity, and earnestness follows shortly afterwards, and the human being becomes a bore. The only things one never regrets are one's mistakes. When both a speaker and an audience are confused, the speech is profound. There is something tragic about the enormous number of young men there are in England at the present moment who start life with perfect profiles, and end by adopting some useful profession. Absolute catholicity of taste is not without its dangers. It is only an auctioneer who should admire all schools of art. History is merely gossip. Through our sunless lanes creeps poverty with her hungry eyes, and sin with his sodden face follows close behind her. Misery wakes us in the morning and shame sits with us at night. The value of an idea has nothing whatever to do with the sincerity of the man who expresses it. The fact is, that civilization requires slaves. Human slavery is wrong, insecure, and demoralizing. On mechanical slavery, on the slavery of the machine, the future of the world depends. The body sins once, and has done with its sin, for action is a mode of purification. Nothing remains then but the recollection of a pleasure, or the luxury of a regret. I can sympathize with everything, except suffering. He knew the precise psychological moment when to say nothing. It is much more easy to have sympathy with suffering than it is to have sympathy with thought. There is something very morbid about modern sympathy with pain. There is no feeling more comforting and consoling than knowing you are right next to the one you love. I never forget a face, but in your case I'll make an exception. Nowadays to be intelligible is to be found out. The intellect is not a serious thing, and never has been. It is an instrument on which one plays, that is all. Anybody can write a 3-volume novel. It merely requires a complete ignorance of both life and literature. Progress in thought is the assertion of individualism against authority. Without order nothing can exist, without chaos nothing can evolve. Nowadays people know the price of everything and the value of nothing. By doing just a little every day, I can gradually let the task completely overwhelm me. I would not a bit mind sleeping in the cool grass in summer, and when winter came on sheltering myself by the warm close-thatched rick, or under the penthouse of a great barn, provided I had love in my heart. It is a pity to make a mystery out of what should most easily be understood. There is nothing occult about the thought that all things may be made well or made ill. A work of art is a well-made thing, that is all. It may be a well-made statue of a well-made chair or a well-made book. Art is not a special sauce applied to ordinary cooking, it is the cooking itself that is good. Most simply and generally, art may be thought of as the well-doing of what needs doing. Personally, I have a great admiration for stupidity. If you meet at dinner a man who has spent his life in educating himself, a rare type in our time, you rise from table richer, and conscious that a high ideal has for a moment touched and sanctified your days. But oh, my dear Ernest, to sit next to a man who has spent his life in trying to educate others. What a dreadful experience that is. The Americans are certainly hero worshippers, and always take their heroes from the criminal classes. Sometimes it takes courage to give in to temptation. It is a dangerous thing to reform anyone. Then there was a man who said, I never knew what real happiness was until I got married, by then it was too late. One must have some sort of occupation nowadays. If I hadn't my debts I shouldn't have anything to think about. The best way to enjoy your job is to imagine yourself without one. No man should have a secret from his wife. She invariably finds it out. I was disappointed in Niagara. Most people must be disappointed in Niagara. Every American bride is taken there, and the sight of the stupendous waterfall must be one of the earliest, if not the keenest, disappointments in American married life. Religion is the fashionable substitute for belief. Romance lives by repetition, and repetition converts an appetite into an art. Besides, each time that one loves is the only time one has ever loved. Difference of object does not alter singleness of passion. It merely intensifies it. We can have in life but one great experience at best, and the secret of life is to reproduce that experience as often as possible. Ah! Somehow life is bigger after all than any painted angel could we see the God that is within us. Examinations, sir, are pure humbug from beginning to end. If a man is a gentleman, he knows quite enough, and if he is not a gentleman, whatever he knows is bad for him. Those who try to lead the people can only do so by following the mob. The only form of fiction in which real characters do not seem out of place is history. In novels they are detestable. To know anything about oneself one must know all about others. An acquaintance that begins with a compliment is sure to develop into a real friendship. Skepticism is the beginning of faith. In England, education produces no effect whatsoever. If it did, it would prove a serious danger to the upper classes, and would probably lead to acts of violence in Grosvenor Square. It is very vulgar to talk about one's own business. Only people like stockbrokers do that, and then only at dinner parties. Alone, and without any reference to his neighbors, without any interference, the artist can fashion a beautiful thing, and if he does not do it solely for his own pleasure, he is not an artist at all. We call ours a utilitarian age, and we do not know the uses of any single thing. We have forgotten that water can cleanse, that fire can purify, and that the earth is mother to us all. Be warned in time, James, and remain, as I do, incomprehensible. To be great is to be misunderstood. Oh, why will parents always appear at the wrong time? Some extraordinary mistake in nature, I suppose. If we men married the women we deserved, we should have a very bad time of it. He to whom the present is the only thing that is present, knows nothing of the age in which he lives. I delight in men over 70. They always offer one the devotion of a lifetime. Each of the professions means a prejudice. The necessity for a career forces everyone to take sides. We live in the age of the overworked, and the undereducated, the age in which people are so industrious that they become absolutely stupid. Nothing is so aggravating as calmness. There is something positively brutal about the good temper of most modern men. It is always worthwhile asking a question, though it is not always worthwhile answering one. Even before I met you I was far from indifferent to you. It is always a silly thing to give advice, but to give good advice is absolutely fatal. The honest ratepayer and his healthy family have no doubt often mocked at the dome-like forehead of the philosopher, and laughed over the strange perspective of the landscape that lies beneath him. If they really knew who he was, they would tremble. For Chuang Tzu spent his life in preaching the great creed of inaction, and in pointing out the uselessness of all things. Lo! With a little rod I did but touch the honey of romance, and must I lose a soul's inheritance? God knows, I won't be an Oxford Don anyhow. I'll be a poet, a writer, a dramatist. Somehow or other I'll be famous, and if not famous, I'll be notorious. Or perhaps I'll lead the life of pleasure for a time and then, who knows, rest and do nothing. What does Plato say is the highest end that man can attain here below? To sit down and contemplate the good. Perhaps that will be the end of me too. Nowadays we are all of us so hard up that the only pleasant things to pay are compliments. They're the only things we can pay. Those who have much are often greedy, those who have little often share. Indifference is the revenge the world takes on mediocrities. I usually say what I really think. A great mistake nowadays. It makes one so liable to be misunderstood. Life is terrible. It rules us, we do not rule it. The world seemed to me fine because you were in it, and goodness more real because you lived. He is fond of being misunderstood. It gives him a post of vantage. Before Turner there was no fog in London. This woman is a genius in the daytime and a beauty at night. I don't regret for a single moment having lived for pleasure. I did it to the full, as one should do everything that one does. There was no pleasure I did not experience. When I am in trouble, eating is the only thing that consoles me. Indeed, as anyone who knows me intimately will tell you, I refuse everything except food and drink. At the present moment I am eating muffins because I am unhappy. Besides, I am particularly fond of muffins. You can have your secret as long as I have your heart. Requiescat, tread lightly, she is near under the snow, speak gently, she can hear the daisies grow. All her bright golden hair tarnished with rust, she that was young and fair fallen to dust. Lily-like, white as snow, she hardly knew she was a woman, so sweetly she grew. Coffin board, heavy stone, lie on her breast, I vex my heart alone she is at rest. Peace, peace, she cannot hear lyre or sonnet, all my life's buried here, heap earth upon it. Sin is a thing that writes itself across a man's face. It cannot be concealed. People talk sometimes of secret vices, there are no such things. If a wretched man has a vice, it shows itself in the lines of his mouth, the droop of his eyelids, the molding of his hands even. The things one feels absolutely certain about are never true. That is the fatality of faith, and the lesson of romance. Memory, like a horrible malady, was eating his soul away. You might see nothing in him. I see everything in him. I am not in favor of this modern mania for turning bad people into good people at a moment's notice. And when wind and winter harden all the loveless land, it will whisper of the garden, you will understand. How long could you love a woman who didn't love you, Cecil? A woman who didn't love me? Oh, all my life. He made me see what life is, and what death signifies, and why love is stronger than both. What is termed sin is an essential element of progress. Without it the world would stagnate, or grow old, or become colorless. I am afraid that women appreciate cruelty, downright cruelty, more than anything else. They have wonderfully primitive instincts. We have emancipated them, but they remain slaves looking for their masters, all the same. They love being dominated. Most people are boring and stupid. The burden of this world is too great for one man to bear, and the world's sorrow too heavy for one heart to suffer. The note of the perfect personality is not rebellion, but peace. Lord Illingworth, the soul is born old but grows young. That is the comedy of life. M.S. Allenby, and the body is born young and grows old. That is life's tragedy. You love the beauty that you can see and touch and handle, the beauty that you can destroy, and do destroy, but of the unseen beauty of life, of the unseen beauty of a higher life, you know nothing. I worshipped you too much. I am punished for it. You worshipped yourself too much. We are both punished. No theory of life seemed to him to be of any importance compared with life itself. To be popular one must be a mediocrity. Not with women, said the Duchess, shaking her head, and women rule the world. I assure you we can't bear mediocrities. We women, as someone says, love with our ears, just as you men love with your eyes, if you ever love at all. It seems to me that we never do anything else, murmured Dorian. You told me you had destroyed it. I was wrong. It has destroyed me. Each man lived his own life and paid his own price for living it. The only pity was one had to pay so often for a single fault. One had to pay over and over again, indeed. In her dealings with man, destiny never closed her accounts. When asked what he thought of sports, Oscar Wilde replied, I approve of any activity that requires the wearing of special clothing. I find I have, and a heart doesn't suit me, Windermere. Somehow it doesn't go with modern dress. It makes one look old. Lady Bracknell Algernon is an extremely, I may almost say an ostentatiously, eligible young man. He has nothing, but he looks everything. What more can one desire? Even men of the noblest possible moral character are extremely susceptible to the influence of the physical charms of others. Modern, no less than ancient history, supplies us with many most painful examples of what I refer to. If it were not so, indeed, history would be quite unreadable. Jack, your duty as a gentleman calls you back. Algernon, my duty as a gentleman has never interfered with my pleasures in the smallest degree. And now, dear Mr. Worthing, I will not intrude any longer into a house of sorrow. I would merely beg you not to be too much bowed down by grief. What seem to us bitter trials are often blessings in disguise. This seems to me a blessing of an extremely obvious kind. I have a business appointment that I am anxious to miss. In fact, now you mention the subject, I have been very bad in my own small way. I don't think you should be so proud of that, though I am sure it must have been very pleasant. I hope tomorrow will be a fine day, Lane. It never is, sir. Lane, you're a perfect pessimist. I do my best to give satisfaction, sir. Algy, you always adopt a strictly immoral attitude towards life. You are not quite old enough to do that. Yes, poor Bunbury is a dreadful invalid. Well, I must say, Algernon, that I think it is high time that Mr. Bunbury made up his mind whether he was going to live or to die. This shilly-shallying with the question is absurd. Jack, that is nonsense. If I marry a charming girl like Gwendolen, and she is the only girl I ever saw in my life that I would marry, I certainly won't want to know Bunbury. Algernon, then your wife will. You don't seem to realize that in married life 3 is company and 2 is none. Jack, that, my dear young friend, is the theory that the corrupt French drama has been propounding for the last 50 years. Algernon, yes, and that the happy English home has proved in half the time. To begin with, I dine there on Monday, and once a week is quite enough to dine with one's own relations. Well, in the first place, girls never marry the men they flirt with. Girls don't think it right. There were sins whose fascination was more in the memory than in the doing of them, strange triumphs that gratified the pride more than the passions, and gave to the intellect a quickened sense of joy, greater than any joy they brought, or could ever bring, to the senses. Experience was of no ethical value. It was merely the name men gave to their mistakes. Moralists had, as a rule, regarded it as a mode of warning, had claimed for it a certain ethical efficacy in the formation of character, had praised it as something that taught us what to follow and showed us what to avoid. But there was no motive power in experience. It was as little of an active cause as conscience itself. All that it really demonstrated was that our future would be the same as our past, and that the sin we had done once, and with loathing, we would do many times, and with joy. There is no good talking to him, said a dragonfly, who was sitting on the top of a large brown bulrush. No good at all, for he has gone away. Well, that is his loss, not mine, answered the rocket. I am not going to stop talking to him merely because he pays no attention. I like hearing myself talk. It is one of my greatest pleasures. I often have long conversations all by myself, and I am so clever that sometimes I don't understand a single word of what I am saying. Then you should definitely lecture on philosophy, said the dragonfly. Any place you love is the world to you. She has form, he said to himself, as he walked away through the grove, that cannot be denied to her, but has she got feeling? I am afraid not. In fact, she is like most artists, she is all style, without any sincerity. She would not sacrifice herself for others. She thinks merely of music, and everybody knows that arts are selfish. Still, it must be admitted that she has some beautiful notes in her voice. What a pity it is that they do not mean anything, or do any practical good. The world is made by the singer for the dreamer. It is better to repent a sin than regret the loss of a pleasure. Sometimes, the unnecessary is necessary. I am sick to death of cleverness. Everybody is clever nowadays. You can't go anywhere without meeting clever people. The thing has become an absolute public nuisance. I wish to goodness we had a few fools left. Algernon, we have. Jack, should extremely like to meet them. What do they talk about? Algernon, the fools. Oh. About the clever people, of course. Jack, what fools? Ever since I met you I have admired you more than any girl I have ever met since I met you. You have never been poor, and never known what ambition is. You have always told me it was Ernest. I have introduced you to everyone as Ernest. You answer to the name of Ernest. You look as if your name was Ernest. You are the most earnest-looking person I ever saw in my life. It is perfectly absurd your saying that your name isn't Ernest. What a silly thing love is, said the student as he walked away. It is not half as useful as logic, for it does not prove anything, and it is always telling one of things that are not going to happen, and making one believe things that are not true. In fact, it is quite unpractical, and, as in this age to be practical is everything, I shall go back to philosophy and study metaphysics. So he returned to his room and pulled out a great dusty book, and began to read. I find him in the curves of certain lines, in the loveliness and subtleties of certain colors. The moment one sits down to think, one becomes all nose, or all forehead, or something horrid. We should treat all the trivial things of life seriously, and all the serious things of life with sincere and studied triviality. When a golden girl can win prayer from out the lips of sin, when the barren almond bears, and a little child gives away its tears, then shall all the house be still and peace come to Canterville. What a fuss people make about fidelity! Exclaimed Lord Henry. Why, even in love it is purely a question for physiology. It has nothing to do with our own will. Young men want to be faithful, and are not, old men want to be faithless, and cannot, that is all one can say. The costume of the 19th century is detestable. It is so somber, so depressing. Sin is the only real color element left in modern life. I am jealous of everything whose beauty does not die. I am jealous of the portrait you have painted of me. Why should it keep what I must lose? Every moment that passes takes something from me and gives something to it. Oh, if it were only the other way. If the picture could change, and I could be always what I am now. Why did you paint it? It will mock me some day, mock me horribly. How sad it is, murmured Dorian Gray with his eyes still fixed upon his own portrait. How sad it is. I shall grow old, and horrible, and dreadful. But this picture will remain always young. It will never be older than this particular day of June. If it were only the other way. If it were I who was to be always young, and the picture that was to grow old. For that, I would give everything. Yes, there is nothing in the whole world I would not give. I would give my soul for that. Far away beyond the pine woods, he answered, in a low dreamy voice, there is a little garden. There the grass grows long and deep, there are the great white stars of the hemlock flower, there the nightingale sings all night long. All night long he sings, and the cold, crystal moon looks down, and the yew tree spreads out its giant arms over the sleepers. Women treat us, men, like humanity treats gods, they worship us and keep bothering us to do something. You know I have loved him always. But we are very poor. Who, being loved, is poor? Oh, no one. I hate my riches. They are a burden. Only love can keep anyone alive. No woman should have a memory. Memory in a woman is the beginning of dowdiness. One can always tell from a woman's bonnet whether she has got a memory or not. Nothing should be out of the reach of hope. Life is a hope. I think life too complex a thing to be settled by these hard and fast rules. Do you know that I am afraid that good people do a great deal of harm in this world? Certainly the greatest harm they do is that they make badness of such extraordinary importance. Miss Prism. And you do not seem to realize, dear doctor, that by persistently remaining single, a man covers himself into a permanent public temptation. Chasuble, but is a man not equally attractive when married? Miss Prism, no married man is ever attractive except to his wife. Chasuble, and often, I've been told, not even to her. Lady Bracknell. Good afternoon, dear Algernon, I hope you are behaving very well. Algernon. I'm feeling very well, Aunt Augusta. Lady Bracknell. That's not quite the same thing. In fact, the two things rarely go together. The tragedy of growing old is not that one is old, but that one is young. He watched it with that strange interest in trivial things that we try to develop when things of high import make us afraid, or when we are stirred by some new emotion for which we cannot find expression. Muffins should always be eaten quite calmly, as it is the only way to eat them. It was you I thought of all the time, I gave to them the love you did not need, lavished on them a love that was not theirs. I don't know how to talk. Oh. Talk to every woman as if you loved her, and to every man as if he bored you, and at the end of your first season you will have the reputation of possessing the most perfect social tact. But she is happiest alone. She is happiest alone. My dear young lady, there was a great deal of truth, I dare say, in what you said, and you looked very pretty while you said it, which is much more important. You shut out from your society the gentle and the good. You laugh at the simple and the pure. Living, as you all do, on other and by them, you need its self-sacrifice, and if you throw bread to the poor, it is merely to keep them quiet for a season. Lady Stutfield, I adore silent men. Ms. Allenby, oh, Ernest isn't silent. He talks the whole time. But he has got no conversation. What he talks about I don't know. I haven't listened to him for years. Lord Illingworth, what do you think she'd do if I kissed her? Ms. Allenby, either marry you, or strike you across the face with her glove. What would you do if she struck you across the face with her glove? Lord Illingworth, fall in love with her, probably. Lord Illingworth told me this morning that there was an orchid there as beautiful as the 7 deadly sins. Ms. Allenby, is she such a mystery? Lord Illingworth, she is more than a mystery, she is a mood. Ms. Allenby, moods don't last. Lord Illingworth, it is their chief charm. We in the House of Lords are never in touch with public opinion. That makes us a civilized body. Plain women are always jealous of their husbands. Beautiful women never are. They are always so occupied with being jealous of other women's husbands. What you really are is a Bunburyist. I was quite right in saying you were a Bunburyist. You are one of the most advanced Bunburyists I know. When good Americans die, they go to Paris. Where do bad Americans go? They stay in America. Yes, very sensible. People die of common sense, Dorian, one lost moment at a time. Life is a moment. There is no hereafter. So make it burn always with the hardest flame. I didn't say I liked it, Harry. I said it fascinated me. There is a great difference. The people who have adored me, there have not been very many, but there have been some, have always insisted on living on, long after I had ceased to care for them, or they to care for me. Oh, don't cough, Ernest. When one is dictating, one should speak fluently and not cough. Besides, I don't know how to spell a cough. Ah, on what little things does happiness depend? I have read all that the wise men have written, and all the secrets of philosophy are mine, yet for want of a red rose is my life made wretched. Youth is the only thing worth having. When I find that I am growing old, I shall kill myself. Poor. What does that matter? When poverty creeps in at the door, love flies in through the window. If we're always guided by other people's thoughts, what's the point in having our own? There is a fatality about good resolutions, that they are always made too late. The ugly and stupid have the best of it in this world. They can sit at their ease and gape at the play. If they know nothing of victory, they are at least spared the knowledge of defeat. They live as we all should live, undisturbed, indifferent, and without disquiet. They never bring ruin upon others, nor ever receive it from alien hands. Your rank and wealth, Henry, my brains, such as they are, my art, whatever it may be worth, Dorian Gray's good looks, we shall all suffer for what the gods have given us. Suffer terribly. I want to be good. I can't bear the idea of my soul being hideous. We live in an age that reads too much to be wise, and that thinks too much to be beautiful. A man who is master of himself can end a sorrow as easily as he can invent a pleasure. The longer I live, Dorian, the more keenly I feel that whatever was good enough for our fathers is not good enough for us. In art, as in politics, les grands-pères ont toujours tort. Society, civilized society at least, is never very ready to believe anything to the detriment of those who are both rich and fascinating. It feels instinctively that manners are of more importance than morals, and, in its opinion, the highest respectability is of much less value than the possession of a good chef. Love. What is love? It's nothing. It's just a word. It doesn't exist. Only pleasure is important. Ideals are dangerous things. Realities are better. They wound, but they're better. The girl never really lived, and so she has never really died. They have been eating muffins. That looks like repentance. The fatal errors of life are not due to man's being unreasonable. An unreasonable moment may be one's finest moment. They are due to man's being logical. I was dominated, soul, brain, and power by you. You became to me the visible incarnation of that unseen ideal whose memory haunts us artists like an exquisite dream. American girls are as clever at concealing their parents as English women are at concealing their past. I will not bare my soul to their shallow prying eyes. My heart shall never be put under their microscope. Lord Augustus, sad face looking around, time to educate yourself, I suppose. Dummy, no, time to forget all I have learned. That is much more important. A man's life is of more value than a woman's. It has larger issues, wider scope, greater ambitions. Our lives revolve in curves of emotions. It is upon lines of intellect that a man's life progresses. I have just learnt this, and much else with it, from Lord Goring. And I will not spoil your life for you, nor see you spoil it as a sacrifice to me, a useless sacrifice. If people are dishonest once, they will be dishonest a second time. And honest people should keep away from them. Lady Chiltern. Romantic literature is in effect imaginative lying. The proper basis for marriage is mutual misunderstanding. The happiness of a married man depends on the people he has not married. One should always be in love, that's the reason one should never marry. Because to influence a person is to give one's own soul. It is only the sacred things that are worth touching. Life is not governed by will or intention. Life is a question of nerves, and fibers, and slowly built up cells in which thought hides itself and passion has its dreams. The number are envious persons, confirmation our capability. Is insincerity such a terrible thing? I think not. It is merely a method by which we can multiply our personalities. How you can sit there, calmly eating muffins when we are in this horrible trouble, I can't make out. You seem to me to be perfectly heartless. Well, I can't eat muffins in an agitated manner. The butter would probably get on my cuffs. One should always eat muffins quite calmly. It is the only way to eat them. I say it's perfectly heartless you're eating muffins at all, under the circumstances. Love is fed by the imagination, by which we become wiser than we know, better than we feel, nobler than we are, by which we can see life as a whole, by which and by which alone we can understand others in their real and their ideal relation. Only what is fine, and finely conceived can feed love. But anything will feed hate. I made your sorrow mine also, that you might have help in bearing it. Any preoccupation with ideas of what is right or wrong in conduct shows an arrested intellectual development. We always misunderstood ourselves, and rarely understood others. The happiness of a married man depends on the people he has not married. He wants to enslave you. I shudder at the thought of being free. I am jealous of everything whose beauty does not die. Philanthropic people lose all sense of humanity. It is their distinguishing characteristic. Never trust a woman who wears mauve, whatever her age may be, or a woman over 35 who is fond of pink ribbons. Jack. No, there is very little music in the name Jack, if any at all, indeed. It does not thrill. It produces absolutely no vibrations. I have known several Jacks, and they all, without exception, were more than usually plain. Besides, Jack is a notorious domesticity for John. And I pity any woman who is married to a man called John. She would probably never be allowed to know the entrancing pleasure of a single moment's solitude. The only really safe name is Ernest. The unread is always better than the unreadable. I have pleasures, and passions, but the joy of life is gone. I am going under, the morgue yawns for me. I go and look at my zinc bed there. After all, I had a wonderful life, which is, I fear, over. My writing has gone to bits, like my character. I am simply a self-conscious nerve in pain. Tread lightly, she is near under the snow, speak gently, she can hear the daisies grow. Believe me, no civilized man ever regrets a pleasure, and no uncivilized man ever knows what a pleasure is. There is one thing infinitely more pathetic than to have lost the woman one is in love with, and that is to have won her and found out how shallow she is. The weather is entrancing, but in my heart there is no sun. I see that any materialism in life coarsens the soul, and that the hunger of the body and the appetites of the flesh desecrate always, and often destroy. The only excuse for making a useless thing is that one admires it intensely. All art is quite useless. Genius lasts longer than beauty. Well, I can't help going to see Sybil play, even if it is only for an act. I get hungry for her presence, and when I think of the wonderful soul that is hidden away in that little ivory body, I am filled with awe. You can dine with me tonight, Dorian, can't you? He shook his head. Tonight she is Imogen, he answered, and tomorrow night she will be Juliet. When is she Sybil Vane? Never. I congratulate you. I forget what killed it. I think it was her proposing to sacrifice the whole world for me. That is always a dreadful moment. It fills one with the terror of eternity. It's tragic how few people ever possess their souls before they die. Nothing is more rare in any man, says Emerson, than an act of his own. It is quite true. Most people are other people. Their thoughts are someone else's opinions, their life is a mimicry, their passions a quotation. My dear Algy, you talk exactly as if you were a dentist. It is very vulgar to talk like a dentist when one isn't a dentist. It produces false impression. I ask the question for the best reason possible, for the only reason, indeed, that excuses anyone for asking any question, simple curiosity. When our eyes met, I felt that I was growing pale. A curious sensation of terror came over me. I knew that I had come face to face with someone whose mere personality was so fascinating that, if I allowed it to do so, it would absorb my whole nature, my whole soul, my very art itself. I've now realized for the first time in my life the vital importance of being earnest. I am happy in my prison of passion. A burnt child loves the fire. Well, I can't eat muffins in an agitated manner. The butter would probably get on my cuffs. The world has become sad because a puppet was once melancholy. The nihilist, that strange martyr who has no faith, who goes to the stake without enthusiasm, and dies for what he does not believe in, is a purely literary product. He was invented by Turgenev, and completed by Dostoevsky. Robespierre came out of the pages of Rousseau as surely as the People's Palace rose out debris of a novel. Literature always anticipates life. It does not copy it, but molds it to its purpose. Well, I know, of course, how important it is not to keep a business engagement, if one wants to retain any sense of the beauty of life. It can never be necessary to do what is not honorable. But the bravest man among us is afraid of himself. I was wrong. God's law is only love. I did not think I should be ever loved. Do you indeed love me so much as now you say you do? Ask of the sea-bird if it loves the sea, ask of the roses if they love the rain, ask of the little lark, that will not sing till day break, if it loves to see the day. And yet, these are but empty images, mere shadows of my love, which is a fire so great that all the waters of the main cannot avail to quench it. In war, answered the weaver, the strong make slaves of the weak, and in peace the rich make slaves of the poor. We must work to live, and they give us such mean wages that we die. We toil for them all day long, and they heap up gold in their coffers, and our children fade away before their time, and the faces of those we love become hard and evil. We tread out the grapes, another drinks the wine. We sow the corn, and our own board is empty. We have chains, though no eye beholds them, and are slaves, though men call us free. He is really not so ugly after all, provided, of course, that one shuts one's eyes, and does not look at him. I feel that if I kept it secret it might grow in my mind, as poisonous things grow in the dark, and take its place with the other terrible thoughts that gnaw me. I am sorry my life is so marred and maimed by extravagance. But I cannot live otherwise. I, at any rate, pay the penalty of suffering. My friend is not allowed to go out today. I sit by his side and read him passages from his own life. They fill him with surprise. Everyone should keep someone else's diary. I sometimes suspect you of keeping mine. Many people become bankrupt through having invested too heavily in the prose of life. To have ruined one's self over poetry is an honor. How clever are you, my dear? You never mean a single word you say. Most modern calendars mar the sweet simplicity of our lives by reminding us that each day that passes is the anniversary of some perfectly uninteresting event. Oh! I don't think I would like to catch a sensible man. I shouldn't know what to talk to him about. I had buried my romance in a bed of asphodel. Can they feel, I wonder, those white silent people we call the dead? But then one regrets the loss even of one's worst habits. Perhaps one regrets them the most. They are such an essential part of one's personality. Then I feel, Harry, that I have given away my whole soul to someone who treats it as if it were a flower to put in his coat, a bit of decoration to charm his vanity, an ornament for a summer's day. She was a curious woman, whose dresses always looked as if they had been designed in a rage and put on in a tempest. She was usually in love with somebody, and, as her passion was never returned, she had kept all her illusions. She tried to look picturesque, but only succeeded in being untidy. It is only shallow people who require years to get rid of an emotion. A man who is master of himself can end a sorrow as easily as he can invent a pleasure. I don't want to be at the mercy of my emotions. I want to use them, to enjoy them, and to dominate them. You and I will always be friends. Yet you poisoned me with a book once. I should not forgive that. There was something terribly enthralling in the exercise of influence. No other activity was like it. To project one's soul into some gracious form, and let it tarry there for a moment. To hear one's own intellectual views echoed back to one with all the added music of passion and youth. To convey one's temperament into another as though it were a subtle fluid or a strange perfume. There was a real joy in that, perhaps the most satisfying joy left to us in an age so limited and vulgar as our own, an age grossly carnal in its pleasures, and grossly common in its aims. Bunbury? Oh, he was quite exploded. Exploded. Was he the victim of a revolutionary outrage? I was not aware that Mr. Bunbury was interested in social legislation. If so, he is well punished for his morbidity. My dear Aunt Augusta, I mean he was found out. The doctors found out that Bunbury could not, that is what I mean. So Bunbury died. He seems to have had great confidence in the opinion of his physicians. It was not intended as a compliment. It was a confession. Now that I have made it, something seems to have gone out of me. Perhaps one should never put one's worship into words. Either this wallpaper goes, or I do. Gwendolen, it is a terrible thing for a man to find out suddenly that all his life he has been speaking nothing but the truth. Can you forgive me? Do you smoke? Well, yes, I must admit I smoke. I'm glad to hear of it. A man should always have an occupation of some kind. A man who marries without knowing Bunbury has a very tedious time of it. Even things that are true can be proved. Don't squander the gold of your days, listening to the tedious, trying to improve the hopeless failure, or giving away your life to the ignorant, the common, and the vulgar. There is no such thing as a good influence. Because to influence a person is to give him one's own soul. He does not think his natural thoughts, or burn with his natural passions. His virtues are not real to him. His sins, if there are such things as sins, are borrowed. He becomes an echo of someone else's music, an actor of a part that has not been written for him. What the worm was to the corpse, his sins would be to the painted image on the canvas. They would mar its beauty, and eat away its grace. They would defile it, and make it shameful. And yet the thing would still live on. It would be always alive. Dorian Gray regarding his portrait. If one were to live his life fully and completely, were to give form to every feeling, expression to every thought, reality to every dream. As for omens, there is no such thing as an omen. Destiny does not send us heralds. She is too wise or too cruel for that. I have been right, Basil, haven't I, to take my love out of poetry, and to find my wife in Shakespeare's plays. Lips that Shakespeare taught to speak have whispered their secret in my ear. I have had the arms of Rosalind around me, and kissed Juliet on the mouth. How does one cure the soul? Through the senses. All sins, except the sin against itself, love should forgive. All lives, save loveless lives, true love should pardon. It is only the intellectually lost who ever argue. Well, I won't argue about the matter. You always want to argue about things. That is exactly what things were originally made for. I am not laughing, Dorian, at least I am not laughing at you. But you should not say the greatest romance of your life. You should say the first romance of your life. You will always be loved, and you will always be in love with love. A grande passion is the privilege of people who have nothing to do. That is the one use of the idle classes of a country. Don't be afraid. There are exquisite things in store for you. This is merely the beginning. The one charm about the past is that it is the past. But women never know when the curtain has fallen. It is sweet to dance to violins when love and life are fair, to dance to flutes, to dance to lutes is delicate and rare, but it is not sweet with nimble feet to dance upon the air. Youth is the only thing worth having. Always. That is a dreadful word. It makes me shudder when I hear it. Women are so fond of using it. They spoil every romance by trying to make it last forever. It is a meaningless word, too. The only difference between a caprice and a lifelong passion is that the caprice lasts a little longer. Young people, nowadays, imagine that money is everything. Yes, murmured Lord Henry, settling his buttonhole in his coat, and when they grow older they know it. Why can't these American women stay in their own country? They are always telling us that it is the paradise for women. It is. That is the reason why, like Eve, they are so excessively anxious to get out of it. What are American dry goods? Asked the Duchess, raising her large hands in wonder and accentuating the verb. American novels, answered Lord Henry. Dear Prince, I must leave you, but I will never forget you, and next spring I will bring you back 2 beautiful jewels in place of those you have given away. The ruby shall be redder than a red rose, and the sapphire shall be as blue as the great sea. Bad artists always admire each other's work. The supreme vice is shallowness. She had a passion for secrecy, but she herself was merely a sphinx without a secret. With subtle and finely wrought temperaments it is always so. Their strong passions must either bruise or bend. They either slay the man, or themselves die. Shallow sorrows and shallow loves live on. The loves and the sorrows that are great are destroyed by their own plenitude. It is in the brain, and the brain only, that the great sins of the world take place also. You, Mr. Gray, you yourself, with your rose-red youth and your rose-white boyhood, you have had passions that have made you afraid, thoughts that have filled you with terror, daydreams and sleeping dreams whose mere memory might stain your cheek with shame. I tremble with pleasure when I think that on the very day of my leaving prison both the laburnum and the lilac will be blooming in the gardens, and that I shall see the wind stir into restless beauty the swaying gold of the one, and make the other toss the pale purple of its plumes, so that all the air shall be Arabia for me. Every one is worthy of love, except him who thinks that he is. Love is a sacrament that should be taken kneeling. The most terrible thing about it is not that it breaks one's heart, hearts are made to be broken, but that it turns one's heart to stone. What the artist is always looking for is the mode of existence in which soul and body are one and indivisible, in which the outward is expressive of the inward, in which form reveals. I am one of those who are made for exceptions, not for laws. Sorrow is a wound that bleeds when any hand but that of love touches it. You silly Arthur! If you knew anything about anything, which you don't, you would know that I adore you. Everyone in London knows it except you. It is a public scandal the way I adore you. I have been going about for the last 6 months telling the whole of society that I adore you. I wonder you consent to have anything to say to me. I have no character left at all. At least, I feel so happy that I am quite sure I have no character left at all. And her sweet red lips on these lips of mine burned like the ruby fire set in the swinging lamp of a crimson shrine, or the bleeding wounds of the pomegranate, or the heart of the lotus drenched and wet with the spilt-out blood of the rose-red wine. Duty is what one expects from others. Reported as Oscar Wilde's last words on his deathbed. This wallpaper is killing me. One of us has to go. Create yourself. Be yourself your poem. What a silly thing love is. It is not half as useful as logic, for it does not prove anything and it is always telling one things that are not going to happen, and making one believe things that are not true. Civilization is not by means an easy thing to attain to. There are only two ways by which man can reach it. One is by being cultured, the other by being corrupt. The worst of having a romance of any kind is that it leaves one so unromantic. The terror of society, which is the basis of morals, the terror of God, which is the secret of religion, these are the two things that govern us. My life, my whole life, take it, and do with it what you will. I love you as I have never loved any living thing. From the moment I met you I loved you blindly, adoringly, madly. You didn't know it then, you know it now. The great events of life often leave one unmoved, they pass out of consciousness, and, when thinks of them, become unreal. Even the scarlet flowers of passion seem to grow in the same meadow as the poppies of oblivion. We reject the burden of their memory, and have anodynes against them. But the little things, the things of no moment, remain with us. In some tiny ivory cell the brain stores the most delicate, and the most fleeting impressions. And the marvelous rose became crimson, like the rose of the eastern sky. Crimson was the girdle of petals, and crimson as a ruby was the heart. Down the long and silent street, the dawn, with silver sandaled feet, crept like a frightened girl. I am not at all cynical, I have merely got experience, which, however, is very much the same thing. I am a born antinomian. I am one of those who are made for exceptions, not for laws. But while I see that there is nothing wrong in what one does, I see that there is something wrong in what one becomes. Now produce your explanation and pray make it improbable. Her trust makes me faithful, her belief makes me good. Love is easily killed. Life is a question of nerves, and fibers, and slowly built up cells in which thought hides itself and passion has its dreams. You may fancy yourself safe and think yourself strong. But a chance tone of color in a room or a morning sky, a particular perfume that you had once loved and that brings subtle memories with it, a line from a forgotten poem that you had come across again, a cadence from a piece of music that you had ceased to play. I tell you, that it is on things like these that our lives depend. Society, as we have constituted it, will have no place for me, has none to offer, but nature, whose sweet rains fall on unjust and just alike, will have clefts in the rocks where I may hide, and secret valleys in whose silence I may weep undisturbed. She will hang the night with stars so that I may walk abroad in the darkness without stumbling, and send the wind over my footprints so that none may track me to my hurt. She will cleanse me in the great waters, and with bitter herbs make me whole. Out of the sea will rise Behemoth and Leviathan, and sail round the high-pooped galleys. Dragons will wander about the waste places, and the phoenix will soar from her nest of fire into the air. We shall lay our hands upon the basilisk, and see the jewel in the toad's head. Champing his gilded oats, the hippogriff will stand in our stalls, and over our heads will float the blue birds singing of beautiful and impossible things, of things that are lovely and that never happen, of things that are not and that should be. Well, I don't like your clothes. You look perfectly ridiculous in them. Why on earth don't you go up and change? It's perfectly childish to be in mourning for a man who is actually staying a whole week with you in your house as a guest. I call it grotesque. You are more to me than any of them has any idea. You are the atmosphere of beauty through which I see life. You are the incarnation of all lovely things. I think of you day and night. Letter to Lord Alfred Bosie Douglas. Any place you love is the world to you, explained the pensive Catherine Wheel, who had been attached to an old deal box in early life, and prided herself on her broken heart. But love is not fashionable any more, the poets have killed it. They wrote so much about that nobody believed them, and I am not surprised. True love suffers, and is silent. I remember myself once, but it is no matter now. Romance is a thing of the past. Death is a great price to pay for a red rose, cried the nightingale, and life is very dear to all. It is pleasant to sit in the green wood, and watch the sun in his chariot of gold, and the moon in her chariot of pearl. Sweet is the scent oft he hawthorn, and sweet are the bluebells that hide in the valley, and the heather that blows on the hill. Yet love is better than life, and what is the heart of a bird compared to the heart of a man? You will always love, and you will always be loved. But whether I become a believer or remain an agnostic, my belief or disbelief must derive its source from within, not from without. I, myself, must create its symbols. The transcendental is that which produces its own form. I will never discover its secret if I do not find it in my own heart. If I do not possess it already, I shall never be able to acquire it. Never met such a gorgon. I don't really know what a gorgon is like, but I am quite sure that Lady Bracknell is one. In any case, she is a monster, without being a myth, which is rather unfair. There are moments, psychologists tell us, when the passion for sin, or what the world calls sin, so dominates a nature, that every fiber of the body, as every cell of the brain, seems to be instinct with fearful impulses. Men and women at such moments lose the freedom of their will. They move to their terrible end as automatons move. Choice is taken from them, and conscience is either killed, or, if it lives at all, lives but to give rebellion its fascination, and disobedience its charm. Long engagements give people the opportunity of finding out each other's character before marriage, which is never advisable. If the socialism is authoritarian, if there are governments armed with economic power as they are now with political power, if, in a word, we are to have industrial tyrannies, then the last state of man will be worse than the first. To get back one's youth, one has merely to repeat one's follies. Caricature is the tribute which mediocrity pays to genius. Love is not fashionable anymore, the poets have killed it. To be good, according to the vulgar standard of goodness, is obviously quite easy. It merely requires a certain amount of sordid terror, a certain lack of imaginative thought, and a certain low passion for middle-class respectability. Do you really keep a diary? I'd give anything to look at it. May I? Oh, no. You see, it is simply a very young girl's record of her own thoughts and impressions, and consequently meant for publication. When it appears in volume form, I hope you will order a copy. Would you like to know the great drama of my life? It is that I have put my genius into my life, I have put only my talent into my works. Life is a nightmare that prevents one from sleeping. Music is the art which is most nigh to tears and memories. Knowledge would be fatal. It is the uncertainty that charms one. A mist makes things wonderful. In the common world of fact the wicked were not punished, nor the good rewarded. Success was given to the strong, failure thrust upon the weak. That was all. She is very clever, too clever for a woman. She lacks the indefinable charm of weakness. Sometime you will find, even as I have found, that there is no such thing as romantic experience. There are romantic memories, and there is the desire of romance, that is all. Our most fiery moments of ecstasy are merely shadows of what somewhere else we have felt, or of what we long someday to feel. A method of procuring sensations. Do you think then, that a man who has once committed a murder could possibly do the same crime again? Don't tell me that. Says Dorian. Oh. Anything becomes a pleasure if one does it too often, says Lord Henry. For the canons of good society are, or should be, the same as the canons of art. Form is absolutely essential to it. Good heavens, I suppose a man may eat his own muffins in his own garden. But you have just said it was perfectly heartless to eat muffins. I said it was perfectly heartless of you under the circumstances. That is a very different thing. That may be, but the muffins are the same. Being natural is simply a pose, and the most irritating pose I know. There was purification in punishment. Not, forgive us our sins, but, smite us for our iniquities should be the prayer of a man to a most just God. Prism. Where is that baby? Women, as some witty Frenchman once put it, inspire us with the desire to do masterpieces and always prevent us from carrying them out. I could deny it if I liked. I could deny anything if I liked. Pleasure is nature's test, her sign of approval. Women defend themselves by attacking, just as they attack by sudden and strange surrenders. Actors are so fortunate. They can choose whether they will appear in tragedy or in comedy, whether they will suffer or make merry, laugh or shed tears. But in real life it is different. Most men and women are forced to perform parts for which they have no qualifications. Our Guildensterns play Hamlet for us, and our Hamlets have to jest like Prince Hal. The world is a stage, but the play is badly cast. Thin-lipped wisdom spoke at her from the worn chair, hinted at prudence, quoted from that book of cowardice whose author apes the name of common sense. It was the passions about whose origin we deceived ourselves that tyrannized most strongly over us. Human life that appeared to him the one thing worth investigating. Compared to it there was nothing else of any value. It was true that as one watched life in its curious crucible of pain and pleasure, one could not wear over one's face a mask of glass, nor keep the sulphurous fumes from troubling the brain and making the imagination turbid with monstrous fancies and misshapen dreams. I wonder who it was defined man as a rational animal. It was the most premature definition ever given. Man is many things, but he is not rational. We have quite the same ideas. No, I think our ideas are quite different. But he has been most pleasant. We women, as someone says, love with our ears, just as you men love with your eyes. To be born, or at any rate bred, in a handbag, whether it had handles or not, seems to me to display a contempt for the ordinary decencies of family life that reminds one of the worst excesses of the French Revolution. You can hardly imagine that I and Lord Bracknell would dream of allowing our only daughter, a girl brought up with the utmost care, to marry into a cloakroom, and form an alliance with a parcel. I think you are wrong, Basil, but I won't argue with you. It is only the intellectually lost who ever argue. Conscience and cowardice are really the same things, Basil. Conscience is the trade name of the firm. That is all. To look wise is quite as good as understanding a thing, and very much easier. I am but too conscious of the fact that we are born in an age when only the dull are treated seriously, and I live in terror of not being misunderstood. Don't degrade me into the position of giving you useful information. Education is an admirable thing, but it is well to remember from time to time that nothing that is worth knowing can be taught. Every woman is a rebel, and usually in wild revolt against herself. I have invented an invaluable permanent invalid called Bunbury, in order that I may be able to go down into the country whenever I choose. I love scrapes. They are the only things that are never serious. Oh, that's nonsense, Algy. You never talk anything but nonsense. Nobody ever does. Conscience makes egotists of us all. I hope you have not been leading a double life, pretending to be wicked and being good all the time. That would be hypocrisy. The weather still continues charming. If they know nothing of victory, they are at least spared the knowledge of defeat. But what world says that, I'm wicked? It can only be the next world. This world and I are on excellent terms. She knew nothing, but she had everything he had lost. The soul is a terrible reality. It can be bought and sold and bartered away. The only way a woman can ever reform a man is by boring him so completely that he loses all possible interest in life. For life is terribly deficient in form. Its catastrophes happen in the wrong way and to the wrong people. There is a grotesque horror about its comedies, and its tragedies seem to culminate in farce. For a year after that was done to me I wept every day at the same hour and for the same space of time. That is not such a tragic thing as possibly it sounds to you. To those who are in prison, tears are a part of every day's experience. A day in prison on which one does not weep is a day on which one's heart is hard, not a day on which one's heart is happy. He is some brainless, beautiful creature, who should always be here in winter when we have no flowers to look at, and always here in the summer when we want something to chill our intelligence. Pleasures may turn a heart to stone, riches may make it callous, but sorrows cannot break it. Hearts live by being wounded. A beautiful woman risking everything for a mad passion. A few wild weeks of happiness cut short by a hideous, treacherous crime. Months of voiceless agony, and then a child born in pain. The mother snatched away by death, the boy left to solitude and the tyranny of an old and loveless man. Yes, it was an interesting background. It posed the lad, made him more perfect as it were. Behind every exquisite thing that existed, there was something tragic. I must say, that I ruined myself, and that nobody, great or small, can be ruined except by his own hand. He hadn't a single redeeming vice. I must decline your invitation owing to a subsequent engagement. The great events of the world take place in the brain. The English country gentleman galloping after the fox, the unspeakable in full pursuit of the uneatable. The brotherhood of man is not a mere poet's dream, it is a most depressing and humiliating reality. But beauty, real beauty, ends where an intellectual expression begins. Intellect is in itself a mode of exaggeration, and destroys the harmony of any face. Poets are not so scrupulous as you are. They know how useful passion is for publication. Nowadays a broken heart will run to many editions. I hate them for it, cried Hallward. An artist should create beautiful things, but should put nothing of his own life into them. We live in an age when men treat art as if it were meant to be a form of autobiography. We have lost the abstract sense of beauty. Some day I will show the world what is it, and for that the world shall never see my portrait of Dorian Gray. It is perfectly monstrous, he said, at last, the way people go about nowadays saying things against one behind one's back that are absolutely and entirely true. If this is the way Queen Victoria treats her prisoners, she doesn't deserve to have any. It is not wise to find symbols in everything that one sees. It makes life too full of terrors. It is the stupid and the ugly who have the best of it in this world. Nothing makes one so vain as being told that one is a sinner. Jack, actually, I was found. Lady Bracknell, found? Jack, yes, I was in a handbag. Lady Bracknell, a handbag? Jack, yes, it was. Makes gestures, Jack, an ordinary handbag. It's the spectator, and not life, that art really mirrors. Grass is hard and lumpy and damp, and full of dreadful black insects. And with tears of blood he cleansed the hand that held the steel, for only blood can wipe out blood, and only tears can heal. Oscar Wilde was suing the Marquis of Queensberry in 1895 for libel, accusing Wilde of homosexuality. Counsel: have you ever adored a young man madly? Wilde: I have never given adoration to anyone except myself. When he takes the knife to the canvas, the servants find him lying dead with a knife through his heart, and withered, wrinkled, and loathsome of visage, and the portrait in all the wonders of his exquisite youth and beauty. p. 349. Out of the unreal shadows of night comes back the real life that we had known. We have to resume it where we had left off. p. 207. His sudden mad love for Sybil Vane was a psychological phenomenon of no small interest. There was no doubt that curiosity had much to do with it, curiosity and the desire for new experiences, yet it was not a simple but rather a very complex passion. Oh, I don't care about Jack. I don't care for anybody in the whole world but you. I love you, Cecily. You will marry me, won't you? You silly boy. Of course. Why, we have been engaged for the last 3 months. For the last 3 months. To shut one's eyes to half of life that one may live securely is as though one blinded oneself that one might walk with more safety in a land of pit and precipice. Sin is a thing that writes itself across a man's face. It cannot be concealed. It is awfully hard work doing nothing. However, I don't mind hard work where there is no definite object of any kind. Algernon. I analyzed you, though you did not adore me. Just because a man has died for it, does not make it true. Faithfulness is to the emotional life what consistency is to the life of the intellect, simply a confession of failures. Men know life too early. Women know life too late. That is the difference between men and women. A simile committing suicide is always a depressing spectacle. Miss Prism, do not speak slightingly of the 3-volume novel, Cecily. I wrote one myself in earlier days. Cecily, did you really, Miss Prism? How wonderfully clever you are. I hope it did not end happily. I don't like novels that end happily. They depress me so much. Miss Prism, the good ended happily, and the bad unhappily. That is what fiction means. I like Wagner's music better than anybody's. It is so loud that one can talk the whole time without other people hearing what one says. For he who lives more lives than one, more deaths than one, must die. The worst of it is that I am perpetually being punished for nothing. This governor loves to punish, and he punishes by taking my books away from me. It's perfectly awful to let the mind grind itself away between the upper and nether millstones of regret and remorse without respite. With books my life would be livable, any life. And alien tears will fill for him pity's long broken urn. For his mourners will all be outcast men, and outcasts always mourn. Women have a much better time than men in this world. There are far more things forbidden to them. The gods are strange. It is not our vices only they make instruments to scourge us. They bring us to ruin through what in us is good, gentle, humane, loving. It would leave no room for developments, and I intend to develop in many directions. There are few of us who have not sometimes wakened before dawn, either after one of those dreamless nights that make one almost enamored of death, or one of those nights of horror and misshapen joy, when through the chambers of the brain sweep phantoms more terrible than reality itself, and instinct with that vivid life that lurks in all grotesques, and that lends to Gothic art its enduring vitality, this art being, one might fancy, especially the art of those whose minds have been troubled with the malady of reverie. Truth is independent of facts always. Every great man nowadays has his disciples, and it is usually Judas who writes the biography. Other people are quite dreadful. The only possible society is oneself. The basis of action is lack of imagination. It is the last resource of those who know not how to dream. The fact is, the public make use of the classics of a country as a means of checking the progress of art. They degrade the classics into authorities. They use them as bludgeons for preventing the free expression of beauty in new forms. The sky was pure opal now. She behaves as if she was beautiful. Most American women do. It is the secret of their charm. Some things are too important to be taken seriously. The only difference between a caprice and a lifelong passion is that the caprice lasts a little longer. Never speak disrespectfully of society, Algernon. Only people who can't get into it do that. Punctuality is the thief of time. The book of life begins with a man and a woman in a garden. It ends with revelations. I never change, except in my affections. Come, dear, Gwendolen rises. We have already missed 5, if not 6, trains. To miss any more might expose us to comment on the platform. This ghastly state of things is what you call bunburying, I suppose. Algernon. Yes, and a perfectly wonderful bunbury it is. The most wonderful bunbury I have ever had in my life. Jack. Well, you've no right whatsoever to bunbury here. Algernon. That is absurd. One has a right to bunbury anywhere one chooses. Every serious bunburyist knows that. Cecily. This is no time for wearing the shallow mask of manners. When I see a spade I call it a spade. Gwendolen. Satirically. I am glad to say that I have never seen a spade. It is obvious that our social spheres have been widely different. I'll bet you anything you like that half an hour after they have met, they will be calling each other sister. Women only do that when they have called each other a lot of other things first. My dear fellow, the truth isn't quite the sort of thing one tells to a nice, sweet, refined girl. What extraordinary ideas you have about the way to behave to a woman. When one is in town one amuses oneself. When one is in the country one amuses other people. It is excessively boring. The bright dawn flooded the room, and swept the fantastic shadows into dusky corners, where they lay shuddering. Life is the art of being well deceived, and to succeed, it must be habitual and uninterrupted. To give an accurate description of what has never occurred is not merely the proper occupation of the historian, but the inalienable privilege of any man of parts and culture. Millionaire models are rare enough, but, by Jove, model millionaires are rarer still. She can talk brilliantly upon any subject provided she knows nothing about it. America has never quite forgiven Europe for having been discovered somewhat earlier in history than itself. Cheap editions of great books may be delightful, but cheap editions of great men are absolutely detestable. One has a right to judge a man by the effect he has over his friends. I never read a book I must review, it prejudices you so. The aim of life is self-development. To realize one's nature perfectly, that is what each of us is here for. I have nothing to declare except my genuineness. An artist should create beautiful things, but should put nothing of his own life into them. We live in an age when men treat art as if it were meant to be a form of autobiography. We have lost the abstract sense of beauty. Hard work is amply the refuge of those who have nothing to do. After a good quality dinner one will be able to forgive anybody, still one's own relations. I like my food dry. Not sick, not even dying, dead. Mothers, of course, are all right. They pay a chap's bills and don't bother him. But fathers bother a chap and never pay his bills. I summed up all systems in a phrase, and all existence in an epigram. The criminal classes are so close to us that even the policeman can see them. Art persists, it timelessly continues. What is abnormal in life stands in normal relations to art. It is the only thing in life that stands in normal relations to art. Greek dress was in its essence inartistic. Nothing should reveal the body but the body. Don't imagine that your perfection lies in accumulating or possessing external things. Your affection is inside of you. Public opinion exists only where there are no ideas. The only thing that the artist cannot see is the obvious. The only thing that the public can see is the obvious. The ages live in history through their anachronisms. Give children beauty, not the record of bloody slaughters and barbarous brawls, as they call history, or of the latitude and longitude of places nobody cares to visit, as they call geography. All authority is quite degrading. It degrades those who exercise it, and it degrades those over whom it is exercised. Don't be discouraged if your children reject your advice. Years later they will offer it to their own offspring. People may fail many times, but they become failures only when they begin to blame someone else. Always forgive your enemies, nothing annoys them so much. An opinion is not necessarily correct just because you're willing to die for it. What the hell is an oboe? Poets know how useful passion is for publication. Nowadays a broken heart will run to many editions. There is one thing worse than an absolutely loveless marriage, a marriage in which there is love, but on one side only. Life is like a box of terrible analogies. If it is not nailed to the floor, it's mine. If I can pry it loose, it is not nailed down. Men as a rule love with their eyes, women with their ears. When I had to fill in my immigration papers, I gave my age as 19, and my profession as genius. I added that I had nothing to declare except my talent. George Moore leads his readers to the latrine and locks them in. When I see a spade, I call it a spade. I'm glad to say I have never seen a spade. The man who would call a spade should be compelled to use it. It's the only thing he's fit for. Just to let you know that the buffet car will be closing for stocktaking in 5 minutes. The next station stop is Chesterfield. The only way to get rid of temptation is to yield to it. Cleverness becomes a public nuisance. California is an Italy without its art. I have put my talent into writing, my genius I have saved for living. All women are rebels. A man whose desire is to be something separate from himself, to be a member of Parliament, or a successful grocer, or a prominent solicitor, or a judge, or something equally tedious, invariably succeeds in being what he wants to be. That is his punishment. Those who want a mask have to wear it. Every single work of art is the fulfillment of a prophecy, for every work of art is the conversion of an idea into an image. Society takes upon itself the right to inflict appalling punishment on the individual, but it also has the supreme vice of shallowness, and fails to realize what it has done. When the man's punishment is over, it leaves him to himself, that is to say, it abandons him at the very moment when its highest duty towards him begins. That very concentration of vision and intensity of purpose which is the characteristic of the artistic temperament is in itself a mode of limitation. To those who are preoccupied with the beauty of form nothing else seems of much importance. The best way to appreciate your job is here to stay. If you cannot prove a man wrong, don't panic. You can always call him names. Don't run down dyed hair and painted faces. There is an extraordinary charm in them, sometimes. At 6 o'clock we cleaned our cells, at 7 all was still, but the sough and swing of a mighty wing the prison seemed to fill, for the Lord of Death with icy breath had entered in to kill. If you want to be witty, say what you think at all times. Art should never be popular. Children start out loving their parents, but as they grow older and discover their parents are human, they become judgmental. And sometimes, when they mature, they forgive their parents, especially when they discover they are also human. The reason we are so pleased to find other people's secrets is that it distracts public attention from our own. Life is too short to be in a hurry. Oh, no doubt the cod is a splendid swimmer, admirable for swimming purposes but not for eating. A publisher is simply a useful middleman. A true gentleman is one who is never intentionally rude. Whenever I'm in doubt, I ask myself, what would Jesus do? And then I realize, Jesus got crucified, so maybe his decision-making isn't all that great. To be popular, I must be mediocre. When I was young, I was no one. Now, I'm worldwide. No one wants to see a play called Lady Windermere's Fan. It's going to be called Cocks and Frocks 2, or I will find another publisher. A true artist takes no notice whatever of the public. The public to him are non-existent. Nothing worth learning can ever be taught. To live in this world is a rare thing, most people just exist. History is only gossip. There is no mystery so great as misery. The best people to work for are me, myself and I. Learn to differentiate between ignorance and stupidity. God, bless me with luxury. Necessities I can do without. Marco Polo had seen the inhabitants of Zipangu place rose-colored pearls in the mouths of the dead. A sea monster had been enamored of the pearl that the diver brought to King Perozes, and had slain the thief, and mourned for 7 moons over its loss. Now it seems to me that love of some kind is the only possible explanation of the extraordinary amount of suffering that there is in the world. One's dreams must be big enough so as not to lose sight of them. The chin a little higher, dear. Style largely depends on the way the chin is worn. They are worn very high, just at present. And certainly once a man begins to neglect his domestic duties he becomes painfully effeminate, does he not? And I don't like that. It makes men so very attractive. A woman who cannot make her mistakes charming, is only a female. A grand passion is the privilege of people who have nothing to do. The form of government that is most suitable to the artist is no government at all. Authority over him and his art is ridiculous. I have never killed anyone, but I have often read about some guy getting his ass taken out with great pleasure. Everyone should keep someone else's diary. Schopenhauer has analyzed the pessimism that characterized modern thought, but Hamlet invented it. The only way to atone for being occasionally overdressed is to be massively overeducated. Progress is the realization of utopia. The Lord's Prayer is 66 words, the Gettysburg Address is 286 words, there are 1.322 words in the Declaration of Independence. But government regulations on the sale of cabbage total 26.911 words. The difference between literature and journalism is that journalism is unreadable and literature is not read. When people talk to me about the weather, I always feel they mean something else. Be yourself, because others are already taken. A life unexamined isn't worth living. I will add, a life unlived isn't worth examining. We are the zanies of sorrow. We are clowns whose hearts are broken. We are specially designed to appeal to the sense of humor. There is no country in the world where machinery is so lovely as in America. It was not until I had seen the waterworks at Chicago that I realized the wonders of machinery, the rise and fall of the steel rods. The symmetrical motion of the great wheels is the most beautiful rhythmic thing I have ever seen. The only link between literature and the drama left to us in England at the present moment is the bill of the play. The English are always degrading truths into facts. When a truth becomes a fact, it loses all its intellectual value. Science can never grapple with the irrational. That is why it has no future before it, in this world. I made art a philosophy, and philosophy an art. I am Irish by race, but the English have condemned me to talk the language of Shakespeare. Fashion rests upon folly. Art rests upon law. Fashion is ephemeral. Art is eternal. Indeed, what is a fashion really? A fashion is merely a form of ugliness so absolutely unbearable that we have to alter it every 6 months. It is quite clear that were it beautiful and rational, we would not alter anything that combined those two rare qualities. And wherever dress has been so, it has remained unchanged in law and principle for many hundred years. A woman's life revolves in curves of emotions. It is upon lines of intellect that a man's life progresses. History is a lie commonly agreed upon. There were times, and it appeared to Dorian Gray that the whole of history was merely the record of his own life, not as he had lived it in act and circumstance, but as his imagination had created it for him, as it had been in his brain and in his passions. He felt that he had known them all, those strange terrible figures that had passed across the stage of the world and made sin so marvelous, and evil so full of subtlety. It seemed to him that in some mysterious way their lives had been his own. A man is called affected, nowadays, if he dresses as he likes to dress. But in doing that he is acting in a perfectly natural manner. Affectation, in such matters, consists in dressing according to the views of one's neighbor, whose views, as they are the views of the majority, will probably be extremely stupid. I gave my genius to my life, but my talent to my art. There is no man who is not, at each moment, what he has been and what he will be. True contentment is not having everything, but in being satisfied with everything you have. Anybody can sympathize with all the sufferings of the POW, nevertheless it involves an extremely great Mother Nature to sympathize by using a friend's achievement. Palermo was lovely. The most beautifully situated town in the world, it dreams away its life in the Conca d'Oro, the exquisite valley that lies between two seas. The lemon groves and the orange gardens were entirely perfect. When I ask for a watercress sandwich, I do not mean a loaf with a field in the middle of it. In England people actually try to be brilliant at breakfast. That is so dreadful of them. Only dull people are brilliant at breakfast. It is chiefly, I regret to say, through journalism that such people find expression. I regret it because there is much to be said in favor of modern journalism. By giving us the opinions of the uneducated, it keeps us in touch with the ignorance of the community. The ability of the theist to misunderstand a thing is directly proportional to the obviousness of the thing. Intuition is a strange instinct that tells a woman she is right, whether she is or not. Education is an admirable thing. Oh, how I vainly wished to the bearded man in the sky that I was Neapolitan. Why? So I could bring in a fine Neapolitan pest control to help with Queensberry's problem before it gets out of hand. You can fake intelligence, but you can't fake wit. The proper school to learn art is not life but art. Consistency is the last refuge of the unimaginative. The trouble with the lower classes is that they lack the sense of tragedy given to them by the upper classes. The worst thing to do with success is to boast about it. The English public always feels perfectly at ease when a mediocrity is talking to it. The aim of love is to love. No more, no less. We spend our days, each one of us, in looking for the secret of life. Well, the secret of life is in art. For, try as we may, we cannot get behind the appearance of things to reality. And the terrible reason may be that there is no reality in the things apart from their appearances. Those who find beautiful meanings in beautiful things are the cultivated. For these there is hope. They are the elect to whom beautiful things mean only beauty. Perhaps there may come into my art also, no less than into my life, a still deeper note, one of greater unity of passion, and directness of impulse. Not width but intensity is the true aim of modern art. We are no longer in art concerned with the type. It is with the exception that we have to do. I cannot put my sufferings into any form they took, I need hardly say. Art only begins where imitation ends, but something must come into my work, of fuller memory of words perhaps, of richer cadences, of more curious effects, of simpler architectural order, of some aesthetic quality at any rate. It is only very ugly or very beautiful women who ever hide their faces. Imagination is imitative. The real innovation lies in criticism. Whenever one has anything unpleasant to say, one should always be quite candid. The only way to even approach doing something perfectly is through experience, and experience is the name everyone gives to their mistakes. There is only good art and mediocre art. Like all people who try to exhaust a subject, he exhausted his listeners. I can stand brute force, but brute reason is quite unbearable. Nothing is good in moderation. You cannot know good in anything until you have torn the heart out of it by excess. The Americans are identical to the British in all respects except, of course, language. The sin was mine, I did not understand. So now is music prisoned in her cave, save where some ebbing desultory wave frets with its restless whirls this meager strand. Behind joy and laughter there may be a temperament, coarse, hard and callous. But behind sorrow there is always sorrow. Pain, unlike pleasure, wears no mask. For this reason there is no truth comparable to sorrow. There are times when sorrow seems to me to be the only truth. Other things may be illusions of the eye or the appetite, made to blind the one and cloy the other, but out of sorrow have the worlds been built. And at the birth of a child or a star there is pain. But what of life whose bitter hungry sea flows at our heels, and gloom of sunless night covers the days which never more return? Ambition, love and all the thoughts that burn we lose too soon, and only find delight in withered husks of some dead memory. Prosperity, pleasure and success may be rough of grain and common in fiber, but sorrow is the most sensitive of all created things. There is nothing that stirs in the whole world of thought to which sorrow does not vibrate in terrible and exquisite pulsation. The thin beaten-out leaf of tremulous gold that chronicles the direction of forces the eye cannot see is in comparison coarse. It is a wound that bleeds when any hand but that of love touches it, and even then must bleed again, though not in pain. He hasn't an enemy in the world, and none of his friend like him. The problem with the common person is that he is so unbearably common. The only possible form of exercise is to talk, not to walk. Divorces are made in heaven. Live the wonderful life that is in you. In all unimportant matters, style, not sincerity, is the essential. In all important matters, style, not sincerity, is the essential. There is no doubt that genius lasts longer than beauty. We think that we are generous because we credit our neighbor with those virtues that are likely to benefit ourselves. We praise the banker that we may overdraw our account, and find good qualities in the highwayman in the hope that he may spare our pockets. She said that she would dance with me if I brought her red roses, but in all my garden there is no red rose. Please do not shoot the pianist. He is doing his best. I find that forgiving one's enemies is a most curious morbid pleasure. Perhaps I should check it. The crude commercialism of America, its materializing spirit, its indifference to the poetical side of things, and its lack of imagination and of high unattainable ideals, are entirely due to that country having adopted for its national hero a man who, according to his own confession, was incapable of telling a lie. And it is not too much to say that the story of George Washington and the cherry tree has done more harm, and in a shorter space of time, than any other moral tale in the whole of literature. The Bostonians take their learning too sadly. Culture with them is an accomplishment rather than an atmosphere. Their hub, as they call it, is the paradise of prigs. Political life at Washington is like political life in a suburban vestry. Don't tell me that you have exhausted life. When a man says that, one knows that life has exhausted him. A gentleman never offends unintentionally. All modes of government are failures. Despotism is unjust to everybody, including the despot, who was probably made for better things. Oligarchies are unjust to the many, and ochlocracies are unjust to the few. High hopes were once formed of democracy, but democracy means simply the bludgeoning of the people by the people for the people. It has been found out. I must say that it was high time, for all authority is quite degrading. It degrades those who exercise it, and degrades those over whom it is exercised. Alas! It is a fearful thing to feel another's guilt. And thus we rust life's iron chain degraded and alone, and some men curse, and some men weep, and some men make no moan. But God's eternal laws are kind and break the heart of stone. Though one can dine in New York, one could not dwell there. Whatever, in fact, is modern in our life we owe to the Greeks. Whatever is an anachronism is due to medievalism. Like strange mechanical grotesques, making fantastic arabesques, the shadows raced across the blind. In his very rejection of art, Walt Whitman is an artist. He tried to produce a certain effect by certain means and he succeeded. He stands apart, and the chief value of his work is in its prophecy, not in its performance. He has begun a prelude to larger themes. He is the herald to a new era. As a man he is the precursor of a fresh type. He is a factor in the heroic and spiritual evolution of the human being. If poetry has passed him by, philosophy will take note of him. We become lovers when we see Romeo and Juliet, and Hamlet makes us students. The blood of Duncan is upon our hands, with Timon Woolridge against the world, and when Lear wanders out upon the heath the terror of madness touches us. Ours is the white sinlessness of Desdemona, and ours, also, the sin of Iago. The real weakness of England lies, not in incomplete armaments or unfortified coasts, not in a poverty that creeps through sunless lanes, or the drunkenness that brawls in loathsome courts, but simply in the fact that her ideals are emotional and not intellectual. St. Paul's loomed like a bubble o'er the town. One pale woman all alone, the daylight kissing her wan hair, loitered beneath the gas lamp's flare, with lips of flame and heart of stone. Come down, O Christ, and help me. Reach thy hand, for I am drowning in a stormier sea than Simon on thy lake of Galilee. An entirely new factor has appeared in the social development of the country, and this factor is the Irish American, and his influence. To mature its powers, to concentrate its action, to learn the secret of its own strength and of England's weakness, the Celtic intellect has had to cross the Atlantic. At home it had but learned the pathetic weakness of nationality. In a strange land it realized what indomitable forces nationality possesses. What captivity was to the Jews, exile has been to the Irish. America and American influence have educated them. Wordsworth went to the lakes, but he was never a lake poet. He found in stones the sermons he had already hidden there. Personality must be accepted for what it is. You mustn't mind that a poet is a drunk, rather that drunks are not always poets. More women grow old nowadays through the faithfulness of their admirers than through anything else. Philanthropy has become simply the refuge of people who wish to annoy their fellow creatures. It is curious how vanity helps the successful man and wrecks the failure. Cats are put on earth to remind us that not everything has a purpose. Niagara Falls is simply a vast unnecessary amount of water going over the wrong way and then falling over unnecessary cliffs. The wonder would be if the water did not fall. Disobedience is man's original virtue. Well, one must be serious about something, if one wants to have any amusement in life. The world has been made by fools that wise men may live in it. People seldom tell the truths that are worth telling. We ought to choose our truths as carefully as we choose our lies and to select our virtues with as much thought as we bestow upon the selection of our enemies. One should absorb the color of life. Men are such cowards. They outrage every law in the world and are afraid of the world's tongue. Man is a being with myriad lives and myriad sensations, a complex, multiform creature that bears within itself strange legacies of thought and passion. and whose very flesh is tainted with the monstrous maladies of the dead. He who stands most remote from his age is he who mirrors it best. Good intentions have been the ruin of the world. The only people who have achieved anything have been those who have had no intentions at all. Only the great masters of style ever succeed in being obscure. Good resolutions are useless attempts to interfere with scientific laws. Their origin is pure vanity. Their result is absolutely nil. They give us, now and then, some of those luxurious sterile emotions that have a certain charm for the weak. They are simply checks that men draw on a bank where they have no account. Ah, on what little things does happiness depend? It is not good for one's morals to see bad acting. I threw the pearl of my soul into a cup of wine. I went down the primrose path to the sound of flutes. I lived on honeycomb. People are either charming or tedious. Where your life leads you, you must go. And once, or twice, to throw the dice is a gentlemanly game, but he does not win who plays with sin in the secret house of shame. Let me be surrounded by luxury, I can do without the necessities. Oh, I hate the cheap severity of abstract ethics. Look at the moon. How strange the moon seems. She is like a woman rising from a tomb. She is like a dead woman. One might fancy she was looking for dead things. To be good is to be in harmony with one's self. Ah! Happy day they whose hearts can break and peace of pardon win. How else may man make straight his plan and cleanse his soul from sin? How else but through a broken heart may Lord Christ enter in? My Salome is a mystic, the sister of Salambo, a Saint Therese who worships the moon. The trouble with women is, that when they grow up, they turn into their mothers. The trouble with men is, that they don't. There are works which wait, and which one does not understand for a long time. The reason is that they bring answers to questions which have not yet been raised, for the question often arrives a terribly long time after the answer. As it was, we always misunderstood ourselves and rarely understood others. Experience was of no ethical value. It was merely the name men gave to their mistakes. As I lounged in the park, or strolled down Piccadilly, I used to look at everyone who passed me, and wonder, with mad curiosity, what sort of lives they led. Some of them fascinated me. Others filled me with terror. It is a vulgar error to suppose that America was ever discovered. It was merely detected. Art is rarely intelligible to the criminal classes. I am quite incapable of understanding how any work of art can be criticized from a moral standpoint. The sphere of art and the sphere of ethics are absolutely distinct and separate. Tea is the only simple pleasure left to us. You know, we poor artists have to show ourselves in society from time to time, just to remind the public that we are not savages. And if life be, as it surely is, a problem to me, I am no less a problem to life. All bad art is the result of good intentions. Credit is a young man's capital. Each of us has heaven and hell in him. As for borrowing Mr. Whistler's ideas about art, the only thoroughly original ideas I have heard him express have had reference to his own superiority as a painter over painters greater than himself. M. Zola is determined to show that, if he has not got genius, he can at least be dull. The gods bestowed on Max Beerbohm the gift of perpetual old age. The fact is, that civilization requires slaves. Unless there are slaves to do the ugly, horrible, uninteresting work, culture and contemplation become almost impossible. Nothing worth knowing can be taught. And all the woods are alive with the murmur and sound of spring, and the rosebud breaks into pink on the climbing briar, and the crocus bed is a quivering moon of fire girdled round with the belt of an amethyst ring. The only thing in the world worse than being Oscar Wilde is not being Oscar Wilde. The only thing worse than being misquoted is being sentenced to 2 years hard labor for boogery. No artist is ever morbid. The artist can express everything. A virtuous abstinence from the joys of pederasty comes most easily to those who have no taste for it. It is a very poor consolation to be told that the man who has given one a bad dinner, or poor wine, is irreproachable in private life. Even the cardinal virtues cannot atone for half-cold entrees. I should have remembered that when one is going to lead an entirely new life, one requires regular and wholesome meals. The last person who ever crossed me is dead under my bed. There is no such thing as a heterosexual male, only men who haven't met Oscar Wilde yet. My philosophy: I'm always right and you are wrong. The universe is God. I am God, so that means I am the universe. I'm so smart, I read and understand Hegel. Philosophy is like a normal personal organizer, but it's smaller than a matchbox. True love is just like regular love, but with more truth. If music be the food of love, get me a supersized Big Mac, chips, 2 apple pies and a large milkshake. All love is true, but not all truth is love. God is love, love is blind, Stevie Wonder is blind, therefore Stevie Wonder is God. Veni vidi veni iterum. I came, I saw, I came again. Full frontal nudity is reserved for Adam and Eve. She doth mean the earth to me. By earth, I actually mean dust. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. I have nothing to declare but my genius, and this 4-kilo bag of cocaine. I tried to visit Albania, but I couldn't find it on the map. The only thing worse than quoting me, is not quoting me. The key to making up Oscar Wilde quotes is to add Oscar Wilde at the end. Do not forget that small daily actions do or undo character. There are only 2 kinds of women, the plain and the colored. Men of thoughts should have nothing to do with action. Starvation, not sin, is the parent of modern crime. In a temple everything should be serious except the thing that is being worshipped. Missionaries are going to reform the world whether it wants to or not. Chrysanthemums from gilded argosy unload their gaudy senseless merchandise. Suffering is one very long moment. We cannot divide it by seasons. The only real people are the people who never existed. It is not the prisoners who need reformation, it is the prisons. Always. That is the dreadful word, it is a meaningless word, too. To have friends, you know, one need only be good-natured, but when a man has no enemy left there must be something mean about him. Just as the worst slave owners were those who were kind to their slaves, and so prevented the horror of the system being realized by those who suffered from it, and understood by those who contemplated it, so, in the present state of things in England, the people who do most harm are the people who try to do most good. Liberty is the chosen resort of the artistic shopper. The true artist is known by what he annexes, and he annexes everything. What you read when you don't have to. Never so sweet a repast as the reapers when you tread upon the threshold of a Quiznos. The world belongs to the discontented. Music is the art. which most completely realizes the artistic idea and is the condition to which all the other arts are constantly aspiring. Medievalism, with its saints and martyrs, its love of self-torture, its wild passion for wounding itself, its gashing with knives, and its whipping with rods, medievalism is real Christianity, and the medieval Christ is the real Christ. The 19th century is a turning point in history, simply on account of the work of two men, Darwin and Renan, the one the critic of the book of nature, the other the critic of the books of God. Not to recognize this is to miss the meaning of one of the most important eras in the progress of the world. God grant me the serenity to accept that people are ignorant, the courage to uphold the law when I'm hostile, the wisdom to realize that murder is illegal. A bishop keeps on saying at the age of 80 what he was told to say at the age of 18. Fruitcake is like semen, there's a lot of it about but no one wants to swallow it. Nature is a wet place where large numbers of ducks fly overhead uncooked. Fool, nothing is impossible in Russia but reform. Set in this stormy northern sea, queen of these restless fields of tide, England. What shall men say of thee, before whose feet the worlds divide? And all, but lust, is turned to dust in humanity's machine. No gentleman ever has any money. An engagement should come on a young girl as a surprise, pleasant or unpleasant as the case may be. The growing influence of women is the one reassuring thing in our political life. And suddenly the moon withdraws her sickle from the lightning skies, and to her somber cavern flies, wrapped in a veil of yellow gauze. The more we study art, the less we care for nature. Somehow or other I'll be famous, and if not famous, I'll be notorious. What they call their loyalty, and their fidelity, I call either the lethargy of custom or their lack of imagination. That beauty which is meant by art is no mere accident of human life which people can take or leave, but a positive necessity of life if we are to live as nature meant us to, that is to say unless we are content to be less than men. Just as the philanthropist is the nuisance of the ethical sphere, so the nuisance of the intellectual sphere is the man who is so occupied in trying to educate others, that he has never had any time to educate himself. Women have become so highly educated, that nothing should surprise us nowadays, except happy marriages. The English mind is always in a rage. The intellect of the race is wasted in the sordid and stupid quarrels of second-rate politicians or third-rate theologians. I am thoroughly sick of pearls. They make one look so plain, so good and so intellectual. I am afraid that you have been listening to the conversation of someone older than yourself. That is always a dangerous thing to do, and if you allow it to degenerate into a habit, you will find it absolutely fatal to any intellectual development. I am afraid that we are beginning to be overeducated. At least everybody who is incapable of learning has taken to teaching. That is really what our enthusiasm for education has come to. However, I think anything is better than high intellectual pressure. That is the most unbecoming thing there is. It makes the noses of the young girls so particularly large. But beauty, real beauty, ends where an intellectual expression begins. As a rule, I think they are quite impossible. Geniuses talk so much, don't they? Such a bad habit. And they are always thinking about themselves, when I want them to be thinking about me. And, as for what is called improving conversation, that is merely the foolish method by which the still more foolish philanthropist feebly tries to disarm the just rancor of the criminal classes. Ah! That quite does for me. I haven't a word to say. Too much care was taken with our education, I am afraid. To have been well brought up is a great drawback nowadays. It shuts one out from so much. Really, this horrid House of Commons quite ruins our husbands for us. I think the lower house by far the greatest blow to a happy married life that there has been since that terrible thing called the higher education of women was invented. Lawyers have been known to wrest from reluctant juries triumphant verdicts of acquittal for their clients, even when those clients, as often happens, were clearly and unmistakably innocent. To have ruined one's self over poetry is an honor. To stake all one's life on a single moment, to risk everything on one throw, whether the stake be power or pleasure, I care not, there is no weakness in that. Philosophies fall away like sand, and creeds follow on another like the withered leaves of autumn. Nature constantly imitates art. The final mystery is oneself. Who can calculate the orbit of his own soul? It is difficult not to be unjust to what one loves. Life. Life. Don't let us go to life for our fulfillment or our experience. Life makes us pay too high a price for its wares, and we purchase the meanest of its secrets at a cost that is monstrous and infinite. By the artificial separation of soul and body men have invented a realism that is vulgar and an idealism that is void. I put my talent in my work, I save my genius for my life. It is absurd to say that the age of miracles is past. It has not yet begun. Varnishing is the only artistic process with which Royal Academicians are thoroughly familiar. I live constantly in the fear of not being misunderstood. It is what we fear that happens to us. The only artists I have ever known who are personally delightful are bad artists. Good artists exist simply in what they make, and consequently are perfectly uninteresting in what they are. There is no such thing as romance in our day. Women have become too brilliant. Nothing spoils a romance so much as a sense of humor in the woman. Shallow sorrows and shallow loves live on. The loves and sorrows that are great are destroyed by their own plenitude. A book or poem which has no pity in it had better not be written. You are young. No hungry generations tread you down. The past does not mock you with the ruins of a beauty the secret of whose creation you have lost. Of course I have played outdoor games. I once played dominoes in an open-air café in Paris. Extravagance is the luxury of the poor, penury is the luxury of the rich. Things are in their essence what we choose to make them. A thing is, according to the mode in which one looks at it. Newspapers give us the bald, sordid, disgusting facts of life. They chronicle, with degrading avidity, the sins of the second-rate, and with the conscientiousness of the illiterate give us accurate and prosaic details. There is a tiny yellow daffodil, the butterfly can see it from afar, although one summer evening's dew could fill its little cup twice over, ere the star had called the lazy shepherd to his fold, and be no prodigal. To elope is cowardly, it is running away from danger, and danger has become so rare in modern life. The evil that machinery is doing is not merely in the consequence of its work but in the fact that it makes men themselves machines also. We have been able to have fine poetry in England because the public do not read it, and consequently do not influence it. The public like to insult poets because they are individual, but once they have insulted them, they leave them alone. Comfort is the only thing our civilization can give us. In every first novel the hero is the author as Christ or Faust. While to the claims of charity a man may yield and yet be free, to the claims of conformity no man may yield and remain free at all. The only beautiful things are the things that do not concern us. And, by the way, one of the most delightful things I find in America is meeting a people without prejudice everywhere open to the truth. Fox hunting, the unspeakable pursuing the inedible. Indeed, so far from being humorous, the male American is the most abnormally serious creature who ever existed. It is only fair to admit that he can exaggerate, but even his exaggeration has a rational basis. It is not founded on wit or fancy. It does not spring from any poetic imagination. That is the mission of art, to make us pause and look at a thing a second time. Im Krieg machen die Starken die Schwachen zu Sklaven, im Frieden machen die Reichen die Armen zu Sklaven. Life is a great disappointment. As for modern journalism, it is not my business to defend it. It justifies its own existence by the great Darwinian principle of the survival of the vulgarist. I never saw so many well-dressed, well-fed, business-looking bohemians in my life. It's not hard to get the ideas when they come. They just come, it's painful waiting for them. A man who does not think for himself does not think at all. It is grossly selfish to require of one's neighbor that he should think in the same way, and hold the same opinions. Why should he? If he can think, he will probably think differently. If he cannot think, it is monstrous to require thought of any kind from him. The ideal man should talk to us as if we were goddesses, and treat us as if we were children. He should refuse all our serious requests, and gratify every one of our whims. He should encourage us to have caprices, and forbid us to have missions. He should always say much more than he means, and always mean much more than he says. The value of an idea has nothing whatsoever to do with the sincerity of the man who expresses it. Indeed, the probabilities are that the more insincere the man is, the more purely intellectual will the idea be, as in that case it will not be colored by either his wants, his desires, or his prejudices. No publisher should ever express an opinion on the value of what he publishes. That is a matter entirely for the literary critic to decide. I can quite understand how any ordinary critic would be strongly prejudiced against a work that was accompanied by a premature and unnecessary panegyric from the publisher. A publisher is simply a useful middleman. It is not for him to anticipate the verdict of criticism. It is sometimes said that the tragedy of an artist's life is that he cannot realize his ideal. But the true tragedy that dogs the steps of most artists is that they realize their ideal too absolutely. For, when the ideal is realized, it is robbed of its wonder and its mystery, and becomes simply a new starting point for an ideal that is other than itself. There is no country in the world where machinery is so lovely as in America. Women are a decorative sex. They never have anything to say, but they say it charmingly. Everything to be true must become a religion. The essence of thought, as the essence of life, is growth. Clergymen and people who use phrases without wisdom sometimes talk of suffering as a mystery. It is really a revelation. Good resolutions are useless attempts to interfere with scientific laws. Perhaps one never seems so much at one's ease as when one has to play a part. A great poet, a really great poet, is the most unpoetical of all creatures. But inferior poets are absolutely fascinating. Every prison that men build is built with bricks of shame, and bound with bars lest Christ should see how men their brothers maim. Those who try to lead the people can only do so by following the mob. It is through the voice of one crying in the wilderness that the ways of the gods must be prepared. Life under a good government is rarely dramatic, life under a bad government is always so. When I went to America I had 2 secretaries, one for autographs, one for locks of hair. Within 6 months the one had died of writer's cramp, the other was completely bald. We live in the age of the overworked and the undereducated. Children have a natural antipathy to books. Handicraft should be the basis of education. Boys and girls should be taught to use their hands to make something, and they would be less apt to destroy and be mischievous. Action is limited and relative. Unlimited and absolute is the vision of him who sits at ease and watches, who walks in loneliness and dreams. Artists reproduce themselves or each other, with wearisome iteration. But criticism is always moving on, and the critic is always developing. A beggar hates his benefactor as much as he hates himself for begging. Never buy a thing you don't want merely because it is dear. They are the elect to whom beautiful things mean only beauty. If art is to have a special train, the critic must keep some seats reserved on it. The morality of art consists in the perfect use of an imperfect medium. Vulgarity is simply the conduct of other people. The greatest of all sins is stupidity. Lots of people act well, but few people talk well. This shows that talking is the more difficult of the two. The old-fashioned respect for the young is fast dying out. What between the duties expected of one during one's lifetime, and the duties exacted from one after one's death, land has ceased to be either a profit or a pleasure. It gives one position, and prevents one from keeping it up. That's all that can be said about land. Only mediocrities progress. An artist revolves in a cycle of masterpieces, the first of which is no less perfect than the last. He thinks like a Tory, and talks like a radical, and that's so important nowadays. Only people who look dull ever get into the House of Commons, and only people who are dull ever succeed there. The sign of a Philistine age is the cry of immorality against art. If a man needs an elaborate tombstone in order to remain in the memory of his country, it is clear that his living at all was an act of absolute superfluity. For an artist to marry his model is as fatal as for a gourmet to marry his cook. The one gets no sittings, and the other gets no dinners. Newspapers have degenerated. They may now be absolutely relied upon. They flaunt their conjugal felicity in one's face, as if it were the most fascinating of sins. On the whole, the great success of marriage in the States is due partly to the fact that no American man is ever idle, and partly to the fact that no American wife is considered responsible for the quality of her husband's dinners. I'm sure I don't know half the people who come to my house. Indeed, from all I hear, I shouldn't like to. Like two doomed ships that pass in storm, we had crossed each other's way, but we made no sign, we said no word, we had no word to say. The American father is never seen in London. He passes his life entirely in Wall Street and communicates with his family once a month by means of a telegram in cipher. The mind of the thoroughly well-informed man is a dreadful thing. It is like a bric-a-brac shop, all monsters and dust, with everything priced above its proper value. Dullness is the coming of age of seriousness. Despotism is unjust to everybody, including the despot, who was probably made for better things. There are three kinds of despots. There is the despot who tyrannizes over the body. There is the despot who tyrannizes over the soul. There is the despot who tyrannizes over the soul and body alike. The first is called the prince. The second is called the pope. The third is called the people. Who is that man over there? I don't know him. What is he doing? Is he a conspirator? Have you searched him? Give him till tomorrow to confess, then hang him. Hang him. Art is not to be taught in academies. It is what one looks at, not what one listens to, that makes the artist. The real schools should be the streets. If property had simply pleasures, we could stand it, but its duties make it unbearable. In the interest of the rich we must get rid of it. So much had been surrendered. And to such little purpose. There had been mad wilful rejections, monstrous forms of self-torture and self-denial, whose origin was fear and whose result was a degradation infinitely more terrible than that fancied degradation from which, in their ignorance, they had sought to escape. The wild bee reels from bough to bough with his furry coat and his gauzy wing, now in a lily cup, and now setting a jacinth ballet swing, in his wandering. The story of mankind began in a garden and ended in Revelations. The governor was strong upon the Regulation Act. The doctor said that death was but a scientific fact, and twice a day the chaplain called, and left a little tract. A daughter is a mother's gender partner, her closest ally in the family confederacy, an extension of herself. Author unknown. As long as a woman can look 10 years younger than her own daughter, she is perfectly satisfied. The worst slave owners were those who were kind to their slaves. I see the moon like a clipped piece of silver. Like gilded bees the stars cluster round her. Education is very admirable, but let us not forget that anything worth knowing cannot be taught. Only good questions deserve good answers. George Moore wrote brilliant English until he discovered grammar. If God wished to punish us, all he would need to do would be to answer our prayers. The more we study art, the less we care for nature. What art really reveals to us is nature's lack of design, her curious crudities, her extraordinary monotony, her absolutely unfinished condition. Man is made for something better than disturbing dirt. Now and then the fantastic shadows of birds in flight flitted across the long tussore silk curtains that were stretched in front of the huge window, producing a kind of momentary Japanese effect, and making him think of those pallid, jade-faced painters of Tokyo who, through the medium of an art that is necessarily immobile, seek to convey the sense of swiftness and motion. Fantastic shadows of birds. The birds did not understand a single word of what he was saying, but that made no matter, for they put their heads on one side, and looked wise, which is quite as good as understanding a thing, and very much easier. If only the picture could grow old, and I stay young. For that, I would give my soul for that. If God really wanted to punish, he'd answer all our prayers. He had uttered a mad wish that he himself might remain untarnished, and the face on the canvas bear the burden of his passions and his sins, that the painted image might be seared with the lines of suffering and thought, and that he might keep all the delicate bloom and loveliness of his then just conscious boyhood. How strange a thing this is! The priest telleth me that the soul is worth all the gold in the world, and the merchants say that it is not worth a clipped piece of silver. In a very ugly insensible age, the arts borrow, not from life, but from each other. I envy you going to Oxford. It is the most flower-like time of one's life. One sees the shadow of things in silver mirrors. Later on, one sees the Gorgon's head, and one suffers, because it does not turn one to stone. Yet, even for us, there is left some loveliness of environment, and the dullness of tutors and professors matters very little when one can loiter in the grey cloisters at Magdalen, and listen to some flute-like voice singing in Wainfleet's chapel, or lie in the green meadow, among the strange snake-spotted fritillaries, and watch the sunburnt noon smite to a finer gold the tower's gilded vanes, or wander up the Christ Church staircase beneath the vaulted ceiling's shadowy fans, or pass through the sculptured gateway of Laud's building in the College of St. John. The two great turning points of my life were when my father sent to Oxford, and when society sent me to prison. The study of law is sublime, and its practice vulgar. Why is it that at a bachelor's establishment the servants invariably drink the champagne? It was a fatal day when the public discovered that the pen is mightier than the paving stone, and can be made as offensive as the brickbat. They at once sought for the journalist, found him, developed him, and made him their industrious and well-paid servant. It is greatly to be regretted, for both their sakes. There is much to be said in favor of modern journalism. By giving us the opinions of the uneducated, it keeps us in touch with the ignorance of the community. By carefully chronicling the current events of contemporary life, it shows us of what very little importance such events really are. By invariably discussing the unnecessary, it makes us understand what things are requisite for culture, and what are not. America is not a country, it is a world. I wonder that no criminal has ever pleaded the ugliness of your city as an excuse for his crimes. In one dancing saloon I saw the only rational method of art criticism I have ever come across. Over the piano was printed a notice, "Please do not shoot the pianist. He is doing his best." America is the noisiest country that ever existed. One is waked up in the morning, not by the singing of the nightingale, but by the steam whistle. The first thing that struck me on landing in America was that if the Americans are not the most well-dressed people in the world, they are the most comfortably dressed. Everybody in America seems in a rush to catch a train. The beautiful, passionate, ruined South, the land of magnolias and music, of roses and romance, living on the memory of crushing defeats. Walt Whitman and Emerson are the poets who have given the world more than anyone else. Perhaps Whitman is not so widely read in England, but England never appreciates a poet until he is dead. I was very much disappointed in the Atlantic Ocean. It's either the wallpaper or me. One of us has to go. These were his dying words. Don't feed the trolls, nothing fuels them so much. Authority is quite degrading. Always be a little unexpected. The proper aim is to try and reconstruct society on such a basis that poverty will be impossible. The great poet is always a seer, seeing less with the eyes of the body than he does with the eyes of the mind. We live, I regret to say, in an age of big data hype. It was only in the theater that I lived. Misery and poverty are so absolutely degrading, and exercise such a paralyzing effect over the nature of men, that no class is ever really conscious of its own suffering. They have to be told of it by other people, and they often entirely disbelieve them. Many of the great achievements of the world were accomplished by tired and discouraged men who kept on working. Shakespeare might have met Rosencrantz and Guildenstern in the white streets of London, or seen the serving men of rival houses bite their thumbs at each other in the open square, but Hamlet came out of his soul, and Romeo out of his passion. Nature, which makes nothing durable, always repeats itself so that nothing which it makes may be lost. Art, like nature, has her monsters. It is nature who makes our artists for us, though it may be art who taught them their right mode of expression. The systems that fail are those that rely on the permanency of human nature, and not its growth and development. If a woman wants to hold a man, she has merely to appeal to what is worst in him. Music is the perfect type of art. Everyone of course represents the spirit of his age, but there is an eternal aspect of the spirit of every age which may be caught. To recreate the past from the mutilated fragments of the present is the task of the historian. More than half of modern culture depends upon what one shouldn't read. Great passions are for the great of soul, and great events can be seen only by those who are on a level with them. Aestheticism is a search after the signs of the beautiful. It is the science of the beautiful through which men seek the correlation of the arts. It is, to speak more exactly, the search after the secret of life. Beauty is a form of genius, is higher, indeed, than genius, as it needs no explanation. What consoles one nowadays is not repentance but pleasure. Repentance is quite out of date. I can resist anything but the temptation to make a clever witticism. The cities of America are inexpressibly tedious. The Bostonians take their learning too sadly. Culture with them is an accomplishment rather than an atmosphere. Their hub, as they call it, is the paradise of prigs. Chicago is a sort of monster shop, full of bustles and bores. Political life at Washington is like political life in a suburban vestry. Baltimore is amusing for a week, but Philadelphia is dreadfully provincial, and though one can dine in New York one could not dwell there. Psychology is in its infancy, as a science. I hope in the interests of art, it will always remain so. Unless one is wealthy there is no use in being a charming fellow. Romance is the privilege of the rich, not the profession of the unemployed. The poor should be practical and prosaic. It is better to have a permanent income than to be fascinating. I have never admitted that I am more than 29, or 30 at the most. 29 when there are pink shades, 30 when there are not. An egg is always an adventure, the next one may be different. Moderation is a fatal thing. Enough is as bad as a meal. More than enough is as good as a feast. The only form of lying that is absolutely beyond reproach is lying for its own sake. Anybody can have common sense, provided that they have no imagination. What is mind but motion in the intellectual sphere? If nature had been comfortable, mankind would never have invented architecture. I don't want to earn a living. I want to live. An alliterative prefix served as an ornament of oratory. No art ever survived censorship, no art ever will. I never saw a man who looked with such a wistful eye upon that little tent of blue which prisoners call the sky. The vilest deeds like poison weeds bloom well in prison air, it is only what is good in man that wastes and withers there. There are few things easier than to live badly and die well. The aim of the liar is simply to charm, to delight, to give pleasure. He is the very basis of civilized society. Art creates an incomparable and unique effect, and, having done so, passes on to other things. Nature, upon the other hand, forgetting that imitation can be made the sincerest form of insult, keeps on repeating this effect until we all become absolutely wearied of it. Because sometimes you have to do something bad to do something good. The truth about the life of a man is not what he does, but the legend which he creates around himself. He is fairer than the morning star, and whiter than the moon. For his body I would give my soul, and for his love I would surrender heaven. Everything is dangerous, my dear fellow. If it wasn't so, life wouldn't be worth living. The liar at any rate recognizes that recreation, not instruction, is the aim of conversation, and is a far more civilized being than the blockhead who loudly expresses his disbelief in a story which is told simply for the amusement of the company. The exquisite art of idleness, one of the most important things that any university can teach. In spite of the roaring of the young lions at the Union, and the screaming of the rabbits in the home of the vivisect, in spite of Keble College, and the tramways, and the sporting prince, Oxford still remains the most beautiful thing in England, and nowhere else are life and art so exquisitely blended, so perfectly made one. The state is to make what is useful. The individual is to make what is beautiful. The mere mechanical technique of acting can be taught, but the spirit that is to give life to lifeless forms must be born in a man. No dramatic college can teach its pupils to think or to feel. It is nature who makes our artists for us, though it may be art who taught them their right mode of expression. It is only the unimaginative who ever invents. The true artist is known by the use he makes of what he annexes. Early in life she had discovered the important truth that nothing looks so like innocence as an indiscretion, and by a series of reckless escapades, half of them quite harmless, she had acquired all the privileges of a personality. Nothing looks so like innocence as an indiscretion. What is said of man is nothing, the point is, who says it. It is only fair to state, with regard to modern journalists, that they always apologize to one in private for what they have written against one in public. It is not the perfect, but the imperfect, who have need of love. It is always painful to part from people whom one has known for a very brief space of time. The absence of old friends one can endure with equanimity. But even a momentary separation from anyone to whom one has just been introduced is almost unbearable. What do you call a bad man? The sort of man who admires innocence. Industry is the root of all ugliness. I love the French language, it's a delightful language, especially to curse with. It's like whopping your ass with silk. Love is a sacrament that should be taken kneeling. Concordantly, while your first question may be the most pertinent, you may or may not realize it is also the most irrelevant. I'm not nearly young enough to know everything. Two men look out a window. One sees mud, the other sees the stars. I played with an idea, and grew willful, tossed it into the air, transformed it, let it escape and recaptured it, made it iridescent with fancy, and winged it with paradox. But what is the good of friendship if one cannot say exactly what one means? Anybody can say charming things and try to please and to flatter, but a true friend always says unpleasant things, and does not mind giving pain. Indeed, if he is a really true friend he prefers it, for he knows that then he is doing good. It is immoral to use private property in order to alleviate the horrible evils that result from the institutions of private property. The camera, you know, will never capture you. Photography, in my experience, has the miraculous power of transferring wine into water. The best work in literature is always done by those who do not depend on it for their daily bread, and the highest form of literature, poetry, brings no wealth to the singer. The only thing that sustains one through life is the consciousness of the immense inferiority of everybody else, and this is a feeling that I have always cultivated. Any place that we love becomes our world. Nature is always behind the age. All criticism is a form of autobiography. Common sense is the enemy of romance. Tongue sticking out, tongue sticking out. Emmanuel isn't a pun, he can't be. It is awfully hard work doing nothing. An idea that isn't risky is hardly worth calling an idea. I often take exercise. Why only yesterday I had breakfast in bed. What a pity that in life we only get our lessons when they are of no use to us. The youth of the present day are quite monstrous. They have absolutely no respect for dyed hair. It is a much cleverer thing to talk nonsense than to listen to it. It is a very dangerous thing to know one's friends. The only thing I can't resist is temptation. I am very glad I have traveled. Travel improves the mind wonderfully, and does away with all one's prejudices. The commonest thing is delightful if one only hides it. A temperament capable of receiving, through an imaginative medium, and under imaginative conditions, new and beautiful impressions, is the only temperament that can appreciate a work of art. The best art is about individualism, free self-expression and realizing a unique, imaginative perspective. A true artist takes no notice whatever of the public. The public are to him non-existent. A work of art is the unique result of a unique temperament. Its beauty comes from the fact that the author is what he is. Art is the most intense mode of individualism that the world has known. I am inclined to say that it is the only real mode of individualism that the world has known. Art is individualism. Yes, I am a thorough Republican. No other form of government is so favorable to the growth of art. Because of the importance it places on the individual, their liberty, self-expression, creativity, and personal responsibility. All art is at once surface and symbol. I am a man of simple pleasures. The best suits me perfectly. His style is chaos illumined by flashes of lightning. As a writer he has mastered everything except language. What seems to us as bitter trials are often blessings in disguise for which we are later, in the fullness of time and understanding, very grateful for. We are all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars. We all have clouds above us, but some see their silver linings. We all face difficulties, but some of us are grateful that they aren't worse. Her capacity for family affection is extraordinary. When her third husband died, her hair turned quite gold from grief. Women's styles may change but their designs remain the same. A mutual misunderstanding. Frank Harris has been received in all the great houses, once. Marriage is hardly a thing one can do now and then, except in America. I am afraid he has one of those terribly weak natures that are susceptible to influence. Never buy anything simply because it is expensive. One should never make one's entrance with a scandal. One should reserve that to give an interest to one's old age. I dislike modern memoirs. They are generally written by people who have either entirely lost their memories, or have never done anything worth remembering. I do not approve of anything which tampers with natural ignorance. God's eternal laws are kind and break the heart of stone. If the poor only had profiles, there would be no difficulty in solving the problem of poverty. The face of the enemy frightens me only when I see how much it resembles me. Judges, like the criminal classes, have their lighter moments. It often happens that the real tragedies of life occur in such an inartistic manner that they hurt us by their crude violence, their absolute incoherence, their absurd want of meaning, their entire lack of style. Genius learns from nature, its own nature. Talent learns from art. Each time that one loves is the only time one has ever loved. Life, Lady Stutfield, is simply a mauvaise quart d'heure made up of exquisite moments. To toil for a hard master is bitter, but to have no master to toil for is more bitter still. I have never learned anything except from people younger than myself. Lord Darlington, LD. I think life too complex a thing to be settled by these hard and fast rules. Lady Windermere, LW. If we had hard and fast rules we would find life much simpler. LD. You allow of no exceptions. LW. None. LD. Ah, what a fascinating Puritan you are, LW. LW. The adjective was unnecessary, LD. Put your talent into your work, but your genius into your life. Life would be dull without them. There is nothing that stirs in the whole world of thought to which sorrow does not vibrate in terrible and exquisite pulsation. For us there is only one season, the season of sorrow. The very sun and moon seem taken from us. Placeria este testo naturae, semnal ei approbator. Perhaps in nearly every joy, as certainly in every pleasure, cruelty has its place. Oh, I love London society. It is entirely composed now of beautiful idiots and brilliant lunatics. Just what society should be. I believe it is customary in good society to take some slight refreshment at 5 o'clock. Thinking is the most unhealthy thing in the world, and people die of it just as they die of any other disease. Fortunately, in England at any rate, thought is not catching. In England it is enough for a man to try and produce any serious, beautiful work to lose all his rights as a citizen. It is absurd to say that there are neither ruins nor curiosities in America when they have their mothers and their manners. While one should always study the method of a great artist, one should never imitate his manner. The manner of an artist is essentially individual, the method of an artist is absolutely universal. The first personality, which no one should copy. Her love was trembling in laughter on her lips. I must say to myself that I ruined myself, and that nobody great or small can be ruined except by his own hand. I am quite ready to say so. Terrible as was what the world did to me, what I did to myself was far more terrible still. One should not be too severe on English novels. They are the only relaxation of the intellectually unemployed. As one reads history, not in the expurgated editions written for schoolboys and passmen, but in the original authorities of each time, one is absolutely sickened, not by the crimes that the wicked have committed, but by the punishments that the good have inflicted. And a community is infinitely more brutalized by the habitual employment of punishment than it is by the occasional occurrence of crime. The supreme object of life is to live. Few people live. It is true life only to realize one's own perfection, to make one's every dream a reality. The best one can say of modern creative art is that it is just a little less vulgar than reality. It is always with the best intentions that the worst work is done. The quivering, ardent sunlight showed him the lines of cruelty round the mouth as clearly as if he had been looking into a mirror after he had done some dreadful thing. His morality is all sympathy, just what morality should be. There is more to be said for stupidity than people imagine. Personally, I have a great admiration for stupidity. It is a sort of fellow feeling, I suppose. I like to do all the talking myself. It saves time, and prevents arguments. Marriage is the one subject on which all women agree and all men disagree. Better the rule of one, whom all obey, than to let clamorous demagogues betray our freedom with the kiss of anarchy. Bad artists always admire each other's work. They call it being large-minded and free from prejudice. But a truly great artist cannot conceive of life being shown, or beauty fashioned, under any conditions other than those he has selected. Nobody of any real culture, for instance, ever talks nowadays about the beauty of sunset. Sunsets are quite old-fashioned. To admire them is a distinct sign of provincialism of temperament. Upon the other hand, they go on. London is full of women who trust their husbands. One can always recognize them. They look so thoroughly unhappy. The husbands of very beautiful women belong to the criminal classes. Bore, a man who is never unintentionally rude. I could never quite accustom myself to absinthe, but it suits my style so well. I wrote when I did not know life. Now that I do know the meaning of life, I have no more to write. Life cannot be written, life can only be lived. Sin is the only real color element left in modern life. As yet, Bernard Shaw hasn't become prominent enough to have any enemies, but none of his friends like him. The only thing that can console one for being poor is extravagance. Reforms in Russia are very tragic, but they always end in a farce. Most men and women are forced to perform parts for which they have no qualification. I adore political parties. They are the only place left to us where people don't talk politics. Sympathy with joy intensifies the sum of sympathy in the world. Sympathy with pain does not really diminish the amount of pain. It is only the superficial qualities that last. Man's deeper nature is soon found out. Art, like nature, has her monsters, things of bestial shape and with hideous voices. Bigamy. It's having one wife too much. Monogamy. It's the same. As one knows the poet by his fine music, so one can recognize the liar by his rich rhythmic utterance, and in neither case will the casual inspiration of the moment suffice. Here, as elsewhere, practice must precede perfection. We quaff the cup of life with eager haste without draining it, instead of which it only overflows the brim. Objects press around us, filling the mind with the throng of desires that wait upon them, so that we have no room for the thoughts of death. And now, I am dying beyond my means, said while sipping champagne on his deathbed. It is well for his peace that the saint goes to his martyrdom. He is spared the sight of the horror of his harvest. To make men socialists is nothing, but to make socialism human is a great thing. Marriage is a long, dull meal with dessert served at the beginning. It is that deep spiritual affection that is as pure as it is perfect. It is beautiful, it is fine, it is the noblest form of affection. There is nothing unnatural about it. Bad manners make a journalist. Talk to a woman as if you loved her, and to a man as if he bored you. There is no mode of action, no form of emotion, that we do not share with the lower animals. It is only by language that we rise above them. We who live in prison, and in whose lives there is no event but sorrow, have to measure time by throbs of pain, and the record of bitter moments. A person who, because he has corns himself, always treads on other people's toes. There is no such thing as morality or immorality in thought. There is immoral emotion. The great things in life are what they seem to be. And for that reason, strange as it may sound to you, often are very difficult to interpret, understand. Great passions are for the great of souls. Great events can only be seen by people who are on a level with them. We think we can have our visions for nothing. We cannot. Even the finest and most self-sacrificing visions have to be paid for. Strangely enough, that is what makes them fine. Nature, a place where birds fly around uncooked. Your machinery is beautiful. Your society people have apologized to me for the envious ridicule with which your newspapers have referred to me. Your newspapers are comic but never amusing. Your water tower is a castellated monstrosity with pepperboxes stuck all over it. I am amazed that any people could so abuse Gothic art and make a structure not like a water tower but like a tower of a medieval castle. It should be torn down. It is a shame to spend so much money on buildings with such an unsatisfactory result. Your city looks positively dreary. It's not whether you win or lose, it's how you place the blame. The ancient historians gave us delightful fiction in the form of fact. The modern novelist presents us with dull facts under the guise of fiction. The job of the critic is to report to us his moods. Though of all poses a moral pose is the most offensive, still to have a pose at all is something. No artist has ethical sympathies. An ethical sympathy in an artist is an unpardonable mannerism of style. It takes a thoroughly good woman to do a thoroughly stupid thing. Damn it, sir, it's your duty to get married. You can't always be living for pleasure. When a man does exactly what a woman expects him to do, she doesn't think much of him. One should always do what a woman doesn't expect, just as one should say what she doesn't understand. The one person who has more illusions than the dreamer is the man of action. Love is a misunderstanding between two fools. That is what the highest criticism really is, the record of one's own soul. It is more fascinating than history, as it is concerned simply with oneself. It is more delightful than philosophy, as its subject is concrete and not abstract, real and not vague. It is the only civilized form of autobiography. The true critic is he who bears within himself the dreams and ideas and feelings of myriad generations, and to whom no form of thought is alien, no emotional impulse obscure. Temperament is the primary requisite for the critic, a temperament exquisitely susceptible to beauty, and to the various impressions that beauty gives us. Nobody ever commits a crime without doing something stupid. I expect I shall have to die beyond my means. A community is infinitely more brutalized by the habitual employment of punishment than it is by the occasional occurrence of crime. All thought is immoral. Its very essence is destruction. If you think of anything, you kill it. Nothing survives being thought of. Every woman is wrong until she cries. Genius is born not paid. I know not whether laws be right, or whether laws be wrong. All that we know who be in jail is that the wall is strong, and that each day is like a year whose days are long. Give me the luxuries and I can dispense with the necessities. It is art, and art only, that reveals us to ourselves. To be entirely free, and at the same time entirely dominated by law, is the eternal paradox of human life. Fashion, by which what is really fantastic becomes for a moment the universal. So let's knock a couple back and make some noise. Work is the curse of the drinking class. I can resist everything except temptation. Moderation is a fatal thing, nothing succeeds like excess. We are all of us in the gutter. But some of us are looking at the stars. The British cook, for her iniquities, is a foolish woman who should be turned into a pillar of salt which she never knows how to use. To exercise power costs effort and demands courage. That is why so many fail to assert rights to which they are perfectly entitled, because a right is a kind of power but they are too lazy or too cowardly to exercise it. The virtues which cloak these faults are called patience and forbearance. The modern sympathy with invalids is morbid. Illness of any kind is hardly a thing to be encouraged in others. I write because it gives me the greatest possible artistic pleasure to write. If my work pleases the few I am gratified. As for the mob, I have no desire to be a popular novelist. It is far too easy. As a wicked man I am a complete failure. Why, there are lots of people who say I have never really done anything wrong in the whole course of my life. Of course they only say it behind my back. I don't like Switzerland, it has produced nothing but theologians and waiters. You know what a woman's curiosity is. To me, beauty is the wonder of wonders. It is only shallow people who do not judge by appearances. Genius lasts longer than beauty. That accounts for the fact that we all take such pains to overeducate ourselves. Public opinion, an attempt to organize the ignorance of the community, and to elevate it to the dignity of physical force. Private information is practically the source of every large modern fortune. The best revenge is to live well. And let me touch those curving claws of yellow ivory, and grasp the tail that like a monstrous asp coils round your heavy velvet paws. The general was essentially a man of peace, except in his domestic life. The one advantage of playing with fire is that no one ever gets singed. It is the people who don't know how to play with it who get burned up. When people talk to us about others, they are usually dull. When they talk to us about themselves, they are nearly always interesting. Learned conversation is either the affectation of the ignorant or the profession of the mentally unemployed. Philosophy teaches us to bear with equanimity the misfortunes of others. Each little thing that we do passes into the great machine of life, which may grind our virtues to powder and make them worthless, or transform our sins into elements of a new civilization, more marvelous and more splendid than any that has gone before. Self-denial is simply a method by which arrests his progress, and self-sacrifice a survival of the mutilation of the savage. 20 years of romance makes a woman look like a ruin, but 20 years of marriage makes her something like a public building. It is only about things that do not interest one that one can give a really unbiased opinion, which is no doubt the reason why an unbiased opinion is always absolutely valueless. The man with a clear conscience probably has a poor memory. Nowadays, all the married men live like bachelors, and all the bachelors like married men. America is one long expectoration. The English have a miraculous power of turning wine into water. I don't recognize you, I've changed a lot. I never play cricket. It requires one to assume such indecent postures. However, it is always nice to be expected, and not to arrive. Musical people always want one to be perfectly dumb at the very moment when one is longing to be perfectly deaf. Really, if the lower orders don't set a good example, what on earth is the use of them? The sure way of knowing nothing about life is to try to make oneself useful. We women adore failures. They lean on us. Ethics, like natural selection, make existence possible. Aesthetics, like sensual selection, make life lovely and wonderful, fill it with new forms, and give it progress, and variety in change. Intellectual generalities are always interesting, but generalities in morals mean absolutely nothing. I don't like principles. I prefer prejudices. Individualism has really the higher aim. Modern morality consists in accepting the standard of one's age. The only proper intoxication is conversation. Let me be dressed as I will, yet flies, worms and flowers exceed me still. I don't mind plain women being Puritans. It is the only excuse they have for being plain. He was a hero to his valet, who bullied him, and a terror to most of his relations, whom he bullied in turn. Only England could have produced him, and he always said that the country was going to the dogs. His principles were out of date, but there was a good deal to be said for his prejudices. In art, the public accept what has been, because they cannot alter it, not because they appreciate it. They swallow their classics whole, and never taste them. It is in the brain that the poppy is red, that the apple is odorous, that the skylark sings. As for the virtuous poor, one can pity them of course, but one cannot possibly admire them. As for begging, it is safer to beg than to take, but it is finer to take than to beg. In going to America one learns that poverty is not a necessary accompaniment to civilization. As for the virtuous poor, one can pity them, of course, but one cannot possibly admire them. They have made private terms with the enemy, and sold their birthright for very bad pottage. They must also be extraordinarily stupid. Nowadays, saying what you really think can be a serious error since one risks being misunderstood. What of art? It is a malady. Love? An illusion. Religion? The fashionable substitute for belief. You are a skeptic. Never. Skepticism is the beginning of faith. What are you? To define is to limit. To regret one's own experiences is to arrest one's own development. To deny one's own experiences is to put a lie into the lips of one's own life. It is no less than a denial of the soul. If you don't get everything you want, think of the things you don't get that you don't want. If a friend of mine gave a feast, and did not invite me to it, I should not mind a bit. But if a friend of mine had a sorrow and refused to allow me to share it, I should feel it most bitterly. If he shut the doors of the house of mourning against me, I would move back again and beg to be admitted so that I might share in what I was entitled to share. If he thought me unworthy, unfit to weep with him, I should feel it as the most poignant humiliation. If one doesn't talk about a thing, it has never happened. It is simply expression that gives reality to things. Artists, like the Greek gods, are only revealed to one another. Imitation is the homage mediocrity pays to greatness. Nothing that actually occurs is of the smallest importance. At every single moment of one's life one is what one is going to be, no less than what one has been. Is it thy will that I should wax and wane, barter my cloth of gold for hodden grey, and at thy pleasure weave that web of pain whose brightest threads are each a wasted day? Some temptations are so great it takes great courage to yield to them. Friendship never forgets. That is the wonderful thing about it. He would stab his best friend for the sake of writing an epigraph on his tombstone. My dear Arthur, I never talk scandal. I only talk gossip. What is the difference between scandal and gossip? Oh! Gossip is charming. History is merely gossip. But scandal is gossip made tedious by morality. Lean on principles, one day they'll end up giving way. One must have a heart of stone to read the death of little Nell without laughing. I didn't have a life until I went up on stage. There's no sin but stupidity. The only sin is stupidity. Suffering is one very long moment. We cannot divide it by seasons. We can only record its moods, and chronicle their return. With us time itself does not progress. It revolves. It seems to circle round one center of pain. Would you be in any way offended if I said that you seem to me to be in every way the visible personification of absolute perfection? It is love, and not German philosophy, that is the true explanation of the world, whatever may be the explanation of the next. A dreamer is one who can only find his way by moonlight. The Roman Catholic Church is for saints and sinners alone. For respectable people, the Anglican Church will do. People say sometimes that beauty is superficial. That may be so. But at least it is not so superficial as thought is. To me, beauty is the wonder of wonders. It is only shallow people who do not judge by appearances. The true mystery of the world is the visible, not the invisible. Conformity is the last refuge of the unimaginative. A passion for pleasure is the secret of remaining young. What is the good of friendship if one cannot say exactly what one means? He rides in the Row at 10 o'clock in the morning, goes to the opera 3 times a week, changes his clothes at least 5 times a day, and dines out every night of the season. You don't call that leading an idle life, do you? In the old times men carried out their rights for themselves as they lived, but nowadays every baby seems born with a social manifesto in its mouth much bigger than itself. An optimist will tell you the glass is half full, the pessimist, half empty, and the engineer will tell you the glass is twice the size it needs to be. Recognition of private property has really harmed individualism, and obscured it, by confusing a man with what he possesses. It has led individualism entirely astray. It has made gain, not growth, its aim. So that man thought that the important thing is to have, and did not know that the important thing is to be. A truth ceases to be true when more than one person believes in it. To be really medieval, one should have no body. To be really modern, one should have no soul. To be really Greek, one should have no clothes. Time is a waste of money. A really well-made buttonhole is the only link between art and nature. Men always want to be a woman's first love. That is their clumsy vanity. We women have a more subtle instinct about these things. What women like is to be a man's last romance. Every effect that one produces gives one an enemy. To be popular, one must be a mediocrity. Scandal is gossip made tedious by morality. Wisdom comes with winters. The only horrible thing in the world is ennui. One should absorb the color of life, but one should never remember its details. Details are always vulgar. They get up early, because they have so much to do, and go to bed early, because they have so little to think about. When a woman marries again, it is because she detested her first husband. When a man marries again, it is because he adored his first wife. Women try their luck, men risk theirs. The past could always be annihilated. Regret, denial, or forgetfulness could do that. But the future was inevitable. Oh! It is absurd to have a hard and fast rule about what one should read and what one shouldn't. More than half of modern culture depends on what one shouldn't read. The one charm of the past is that it is the past. The reason we all like to think so well of others is that we are all afraid for ourselves. The basis of optimism is sheer terror. Life is one fool thing after another, whereas love is two fool things after each other. When one is in love, one always begins by deceiving oneself, and one always ends by deceiving others. That is what the world calls a romance. There was so much in you that charmed me that I felt I must tell you something about yourself. I thought how tragic it would be if you were wasted. Man is many things, but he is not rational. You like everyone, that is to say, you are indifferent to everyone. Ordinary people waited till life disclosed to them its secrets, but to the few, to the elect, the mysteries of life were revealed before the veil was drawn away. Sometimes this was the effect of art, and chiefly of the art of literature, which dealt immediately with the passions and the intellect. We can forgive a man for making a useful thing as long as he does not admire it. After the first glass, you see things as you wish they were. After the second, you see things as they are not. Finally, you see things as they really are, and that is the most horrible thing in the world. I always like to know everything about my new friends, and nothing about my old ones. The basis of optimism is sheer terror. Only the shallow know themselves. All bad poetry springs from genuine feeling. It is quite true that I have worshipped you with far more romance of feeling than a man usually gives to a friend. Somehow, I had never loved a woman. I suppose I never had time. Perhaps, as Harry says, a really grande passion is the privilege of those who have nothing to do, and that is the use of the idle classes in a country. I love hearing my relations abused. It is the only thing that makes me put up with them at all. Relations are simply a tedious pack of people, who haven't got the remotest knowledge of how to live nor the smallest instinct about when to die. A man's very highest moment is, I have no doubt at all, when he kneels in the dust, and beats his breast, and tells all the sins of his life. All bad poetry springs from genuine feeling. To be natural is to be obvious, and to be obvious is to be inartistic. Hatred is blind, as well as love. If you are going to tell people the truth, you had better make them laugh or they will kill you. A glass of absinthe is as poetical as anything in the world. What difference is there between a glass of absinthe and a sunset? A grapefruit is just a lemon that saw an opportunity and took advantage of it. Wisdom is to have dreams big enough not to lose sight when we pursue them. Don't use big words. They mean so little. Sometimes the poor are praised for being thrifty, but to recommend thrift to the poor is both grotesque and insulting. It is like advising a man who is starving to eat less. The secret of remaining young is never to have an emotion that is unbecoming. Those who see any difference between soul and body have neither. Consistency is the hallmark of the unimaginative. What men call the shadow of the body is not the shadow of the body, but is the body of the soul. I now see that sorrow, being the supreme emotion of which man is capable, is at once the type and test of all great art. From the point of view of literature, Mr. Kipling is a genius who drops his aspirates. From the point of view of life, he is a reporter who knows vulgarity better than anyone has ever known it. In the wild struggle for existence, we want to have something that endures, and so we fill our minds with rubbish and facts, in the silly hope of keeping our place. I have grown tired of the articulate utterances of men and things. The mystical in art, the mystical in life, the mystical in nature, this is what I am looking for. It is absolutely necessary for me to find it somewhere. The way of paradoxes is the way of truth. To test reality we must see it on the tightrope. My dear boy, the people who love only once in their lives are really the shallow people. What they call their loyalty, and their fidelity, I call either the lethargy of custom or their lack of imagination. Faithfulness is to the emotional life what consistency is to the life of the intellect, simply a confession of failures. Faithfulness. I must analyze it some day. The passion for property is in it. There are many things that we would throw away if we were not afraid that others might pick them up. But I don't want to interrupt you. Go on with your story. Salome, Salome, dance for me. I pray thee dance for me. I am sad tonight. Yes, I am passing sad tonight. When I came hither I slipped in blood, which is an evil omen, and I heard, I am sure I heard in the air a beating of wings, a beating of giant wings. I cannot tell what they mean. I am sad tonight. Therefore dance for me. Dance for me, Salome, I beseech you. If you dance for me you may ask of me what you will, and I will give it you, even unto the half of my kingdom. We can have in life but one great experience at best, and the secret of life is to reproduce that experience as often as possible. One should always be a little improbable. Modern pictures are, no doubt, delightful to look at. At least, some of them are. But they are quite impossible to live with. They are too clever, too assertive, too intellectual. Their meaning is too obvious, and their method too clearly defined. 1. Nothing is so aggravating than calmness. Women represent the triumph of matter over mind, just as men represent the triumph of mind over morals. Science is out of the reach of morals, for her eyes are fixed upon eternal truths. Art is out of the reach of morals, for her eyes are fixed upon things beautiful and immortal and ever-changing. She lives the poetry she cannot write. 35 is a very attractive age. London society is full of women of the very highest birth who have, of their own free choice, remained 35 for years. The one duty we owe to history is to rewrite it. Beauty is a form of genius, is higher, indeed, than genius, as it needs no explanation. It is one of the great facts of the world, like sunlight, or springtime, or the reflection in the dark waters of that silver shell we call the moon. It cannot be questioned. It has divine right of sovereignty. It makes princes of those who have it. Books are well written, or badly written. That is all. What art seeks to disturb is monotony of type, slavery of custom, tyranny of habit, and the reduction of man to the level of a machine. Quotation is a serviceable substitute for wit. I refuse to have a battle of wits with an unarmed man. Things are because we see them, and what we see, and how we see it, depends on the arts that influenced us. To look at a thing is very different from seeing a thing. One does not see anything until one sees its beauty. Then, and then only, does it comes into existence. There are two ways to dislike poetry. One is to dislike it, the other is to read Pope. Questions are never indiscreet, answers sometimes are. Life is too short to be taken seriously. At twilight, nature is not without loveliness, though perhaps its chief use is to illustrate quotations from the poets. Never regret thy fall, O Icarus of the fearless flight, for the greatest tragedy of them all is never to feel the burning light. And if it feels good, feel it. Even now I cannot help feeling that it is a mistake to think that the passion one feels in creation is ever really shown in the work one creates. Yet each man kills the thing he loves, by each let this be heard, some do it with a bitter look, some with a flattering word, the coward does it with a kiss, the brave man with a sword. Some kill their love when they are young, and some when they are old, some strangle with the hands of lust, some with the hands of gold, the kindest use a knife, because the dead so soon grow cold. Some love too little, some too long, some sell, and others buy, some do the deed with many tears, and some without a sigh, for each man kills the thing he loves. Yet each man does not die. The only one you need in your life is that person who shows you he needs you in his. Most of our modern portrait painters are doomed to absolute oblivion. They never paint what they see. They paint what the public sees, and the public never sees anything. The man who says his wife can't take a joke, forgets that she took him. One should either be a work of art, or wear a work of art. Outcasts always mourn. It is he who has broken the bond of marriage, not I. I only break its bondage. Truth in art is the unity of a thing with itself, the outward rendered expressive of the inward, the soul made incarnate, the body instinct with spirit. For this reason there is no truth comparable to sorrow. Words. Mere words. How terrible they were! How clear, and vivid, and cruel! One could not escape from them. And yet what a subtle magic there was in them! They seemed to be able to give a plastic form to formless things, and to have a music of their own as sweet as that of viol or of lute. Mere words. Was there anything so real as words? Anyone can sympathize with the sufferings of a friend, but it requires a very fine nature to sympathize with a friend's success. The poet is the supreme artist, for he is the master of color and of form, and the real musician besides, and is lord over all life and all arts. The answers are all out there, we just need to ask the right questions. My sweet rose, my delicate flower, my lily of lilies, it is perhaps in prison that I am going to test the power of love. I am going to see if I cannot make the bitter waters sweet by the intensity of the love I bear you. I have had moments when I thought it would be wise to separate. Ah! Moments of weakness and madness. Now I see that would have mutilated my life, ruined my art, broken the musical chords which make a perfect soul. Even covered with mud I shall praise you, from the deepest abysses I shall cry to you. In my solitude you will be with me. Most people are other people. Freedom, individualism, and being yourself so long as you don't hurt another's physical person or property. The true artist is a man who believes absolutely in himself, because he is absolutely himself. My desire to live is as intense as ever, and though my heart is broken, hearts are made to be broken, that is why God sends sorrow into the world. I have a simple taste, only the best. I never came across anyone in whom the moral sense was dominant who was not heartless, cruel, vindictive, log-stupid, and entirely lacking in the smallest sense of humanity. Moral people, as they are termed, are simple beasts. Most people live for love and admiration. But it is by love and admiration that we should live. Marriage is the triumph of imagination over intelligence. Second marriage is the triumph of hope over experience. And what sort of lives do these people, who pose as being moral, lead themselves? My dear fellow, you forget that we are in the native land of the hypocrite. A map of the world that does not include utopia is not worth even glancing at, for it leaves out the one country at which humanity is always landing. And when humanity lands there, it looks out, and, seeing a better country, sets sail. Progress is the realization of utopias. To disagree with 3/4 of the British public is one of the first requisites of sanity. Be happy, you shall have your red rose. I will build it out of music by moonlight, and stain it with my own heart's blood. All that I ask of you in return is that you will be a true lover, for love is wiser than philosophy, though she is wise, and mightier than power, though he is mighty. Rich bachelors should be heavily taxed. It is not fair that some men should be happier than others. I do not approve of anything that tampers with natural ignorance. Ignorance is like a delicate exotic fruit. Touch it and the bloom is gone. The whole theory of modern education is radically unsound. Fortunately in England, at any rate, education produces no effect whatsoever. If it did, it would prove a serious danger to the upper classes, and probably lead to acts of violence in Grosvenor Square. Work is the refuge of people who have nothing better to do. When a love comes to an end, weaklings cry, efficient ones instantly find another love, and the wise already have one in reserve. I may have said the same thing before, but my explanation, I am sure, will always be different. When one pays a visit, it is for the purpose of wasting other people's time, not one's own. My experience is that as soon as people are old enough to know better, they don't know anything at all. Youth. There is nothing like youth. The middle-aged are mortgaged to life. The old are in life's lumber room. But youth is the lord of life. Youth has a kingdom waiting for it. Everyone is born a king, and most people die in exile. You are beautiful when you are happy. If it took Labouchere 3 columns to prove that I was forgotten, then there is no difference between fame and obscurity. I like looking at geniuses and listening to beautiful people. The man who sees both sides of a question is a man who sees absolutely nothing. The cynic knows the price of everything and the value of nothing. The English public, as a mass, takes no interest in a work of art until it is told that the work in question is immoral. The English country gentleman galloping after a fox, the unspeakable in full pursuit of the uneatable. Ah! Don't say you agree with me. When people agree with me, I always feel that I must be wrong. Ah, nowadays we are all of us so hard up, that the only pleasant things to pay are compliments. They're the only things we can pay. All that I desire to point out is the general principle that life imitates art far more than art imitates life. The general was essentially a man of peace, except of course in his domestic affairs. The gaudy leonine sunflower hangs black and barren on its stalk, and down the windy garden walk the dead leaves scattered hour by hour. The gods bestowed on Max the gift of perpetual old age. The first duty of life is to be as artificial as possible. What the second duty is no one has yet discovered. A misanthrope I can understand, a womanthrope never. All that we know who lie in jail, is that the wall is strong, and that each day is like a year whose days are long. All religious organizations exist to sell themselves to the rich. The man had killed the thing he loved, and so he had to die. The longer I live, the more keenly I feel that whatever was good enough for our fathers is not good enough for us. Good taste is the excuse I've always given for leading such a bad life. Hear no evil, speak no evil, and you won't be invited to cocktail parties. Indeed, I have always been of the opinion that hard work is simply the refuge of people who have nothing to do. I have said to you, to speak the truth is a painful thing. To be forced to tell lies is much worse. I treated art as the supreme reality and life as a mere mode of fiction. I drink to separate my body from my soul. A man who moralizes is a hypocrite, and a woman who does so is invariably plain. To look at a thing is very different from seeing it. For one moment our lives met, our souls touched. It is a sad thing to think of, but there is no doubt that genius lasts longer than beauty. That accounts for the fact that we all take such pains to overeducate ourselves. In the wild struggle for existence, we want to have something that endures, and so we fill our minds with rubbish and facts, in the silly hope of keeping our place. The thoroughly well-informed man, that is the modern ideal. And the mind of the thoroughly well-informed man is a dreadful thing. It is like a bric-a-brac shop, all monsters and dust, with everything priced above its proper value. To be in love is to surpass oneself. I was working on the proof of one of my poems all the morning, and took out a comma. In the afternoon I put it back again. Actual life was chaos, but there was something terribly logical in the imagination. It was the imagination that set remorse to dog the feet of sin. It was the imagination that made each crime bear its misshapen brood. In the common world of fact the wicked were not punished, nor the good rewarded. Success was given to the strong, failure thrust upon the weak. That was all. Each class preaches the importance of those virtues it need not exercise. The rich harp on the value of thrift, the idle grow eloquent over the dignity of labor. Love is like a war, easy to start but hard to end, and you never know where it might take you. I have always been of opinion that a man who desires to get married should know either everything or nothing. Ignorance is like a delicate exotic fruit, touch it and the bloom is gone. The moon in her chariot of pearl. The heart was made to be broken. Ah! Realize your youth while you have it. Don't squander the gold of your days, listening to the tedious, trying to improve the hopeless failure, or giving away your life to the ignorant, the common, and the vulgar. These are the sickly aims, the false ideals, of our age. Live the wonderful life that is in you. Let nothing be lost upon you. Be always searching for new sensations. Be afraid of nothing. The first duty in life is to be as artificial as possible. What the second duty is no one has as yet discovered. If a thing is worth doing, it is worth doing well. If it is worth having, it is worth waiting for. If it is worth attaining, it is worth fighting for. If it is worth experiencing, it is worth putting aside time for. Talent borrows, genius steals. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery that mediocrity can pay to greatness. He wanted to be where no one would know who he was. He wanted to escape from himself. Murder is always a mistake. One should never do anything that one cannot talk about after dinner. Simple pleasures are the last healthy refuge in a complex world. But we never get back our youth. The pulse of joy that beats in us at 20 becomes sluggish. Our limbs fail, our senses rot. We degenerate into hideous puppets, haunted by the memory of the passions of which we were too much afraid, and the exquisite temptations that we had not the courage to yield to. No publisher should ever express an opinion of the value of what he publishes. That is a matter entirely for the literary critic to decide. If a man treats life artistically, his brain is his heart. They've promised that dreams can come true, but forgot to mention that nightmares are dreams, too. The soul is born old but grows young. That is the comedy of life. A man who pays his bills on time is soon forgotten. I made art a philosophy, and philosophy an art. I altered the minds of men, and the color of things. I awoke the imagination of my century so that it created myth and legend around me. I summed up all things in a phrase, all existence in an epigram. Whatever I touched I made beautiful. The very essence of romance is uncertainty. It is because humanity has never known where it was going that it has been able to find its way. Mere color, unspoiled by meaning, and unallied with definite form, can speak to the soul in 1,000 different ways. When bankers get together they talk about art. When artists get together, they talk about money. The more one analyses people, the more all reasons for analysis disappear. Sooner or later one comes to that dreadful universal thing called human nature. You have killed my love. You used to stir my imagination. Now you don't even stir my curiosity. You simply produce no effect. I loved you because you were marvelous, because you had genius and intellect, because you realized the dreams of great poets and gave shape and substance to the shadows of art. You have thrown it all away. You are shallow and stupid. Conversation should touch everything, but should concentrate itself on nothing. When you really want love you will find it waiting for you. Fashion is what one wears oneself. What is unfashionable is what other people wear. Know thyself was written over the portal of the antique world. Over the portal of the new world, be thyself shall be written. The gods have been good to you. But what the gods give they quickly take away. You have only a few years in which to live really, perfectly, and fully. When your youth goes, your beauty will go with it, and then you will suddenly discover that there are no triumphs left for you, or have to content yourself with those mean triumphs that the memory of your past will make more bitter than defeats. Every month as it wanes bring you nearer to something dreadful. Time is jealous of you, and wars against your lilies and your roses. Thinking is wonderful, but the experience is even more wonderful. Art finds her own perfection within, and not outside of, herself. She is not to be judged by any external standard of resemblance. Yet each man kills the thing he loves by each let this be heard some do it with a bitter look some with a flattering word the coward does it with a kiss the brave man with a sword. Do not be afraid of the past. If people tell you that it is irrevocable, do not believe them. The past, the present and the future are but one moment in the sight of God, in whose sight we should try to live. Time and space, succession and extension, are merely accidental conditions of thought. The imagination can transcend them. When I like people immensely I never tell their names to anyone. It is like surrendering a part of them. I have grown to love secrecy. Only dull people are brilliant at breakfast. I have spent most of the day putting in a comma and the rest of the day taking it out. In examinations the foolish ask questions that the wise cannot answer. After playing Chopin, I feel as if I had been weeping over sins that I had never committed and mourning over tragedies that were not my own. In war, the strong make slaves of the weak, and in peace the rich make slaves of the poor. We Irish will never achieve anything, but we are the greatest talkers since the Greeks. Life is too short to learn German. Appearance blinds, whereas words reveal. After a good dinner one can forgive anybody, even one's own relations. She wore far too much rouge last night and not quite enough clothes. That is always a sign of despair in a woman. Ultimately the bond of all companionship, whether in marriage or in friendship, is conversation. Hearts live by being wounded. Diversity of opinion about a work of art shows that the work is new, complex, and vital. All charming people, I fancy, are spoiled. It is the secret of their attraction. Patriotism is the virtue of the vicious. Between the optimist and the pessimist, the difference is droll. The optimist sees the donut, the pessimist the hole. We live in an age when unnecessary things are our only necessities. I walk the world in wonder. Behind every exquisite thing that existed, there was something tragic. If you want to be a grocer, or a general, or a politician, or a judge, you will invariably become it. That is your punishment. If you never know what you want to be, if you live what some might call the dynamic life, but what I will call the artistic life, if each day you are unsure of who you are and what you know, you will never become anything, and that is your reward. Live the wonderful life that is in you. Let nothing be lost upon you. Be always searching for new sensations. Be afraid of nothing. The nicest feeling in the world is to do a good deed anonymously and have somebody find out. Those whom the gods love grow young. When I think of all the harm the Bible has done, I despair of ever writing anything to equal it. A writer is someone who has taught his mind to misbehave. Dear little swallow, said the prince, you tell me of marvelous things, but more marvelous than anything is the suffering of men and of women. There is no mystery so great as misery. The sick do not ask if the hand that smooths their pillow is pure, or the dying care if the lips that touch their brow have known the kiss of sin. Pleasure without champagne is purely artificial. There is no sin except stupidity. I have found that all ugly things are made by those who strive to make something beautiful, and that all beautiful things are made by those who strive to make something useful. Veil after veil of thin dusky gauze is lifted, and by degrees the forms and colors of things are restored to them, and we watch the dawn remaking the world in its antique pattern. A bore is someone who deprives you of solitude without providing you with company. Always borrow money from a pessimist. He won't expect it back. Wherever there is a man who exercises authority, there is a man who resists authority. A good friend will always stab you in the front. In fact, the whole of Japan is a pure invention. There is no such country, there are no such people. The Japanese people are simply a mode of style, an exquisite fancy of art. Death must be so beautiful. To lie in the soft brown earth, with the grasses waving above one's head, and listen to silence. To have no yesterday, and no tomorrow. To forget time, to forgive life, to be at peace. Looking good and dressing well is a necessity. Having a purpose in life is not. Women have a wonderful instinct about things. They can discover everything except the obvious. There were opium dens, where one could buy oblivion, dens of horror where the memory of old sins could be destroyed by the madness of sins that were new. A mask tells us more than a face. No man dies for what he knows to be true. Men die for what they want to be true, for what some terror in their hearts tells them is not true. To define is to limit. Some people always know the price, but not the value. Society often forgives the criminal, it never forgives the dreamer. The final mystery is oneself. When one has weighed the sun in the balance, and measured the steps of the moon, and mapped out the 7 heavens star by star, there still remains oneself. Who can calculate the orbit of his own soul? Every saint has a past, and every sinner has a future. In love, it is better to know and be disappointed, than to not know and always wonder. Crying is for plain women. Pretty women go shopping. Selfishness is not living your life as you wish to live it. Selfishness is wanting others to live their lives as you wish them to. Never love anyone who treats you like you're ordinary. If you want to tell people the truth, make them laugh, otherwise they'll kill you. I don't want to go to heaven. None of my friends are there. Whenever cannibals are on the brink of starvation, heaven, in its infinite mercy, sends them a fat missionary. Tell the cook of this restaurant with my compliments that these are the very worst sandwiches in the whole world, and that, when I ask for a watercress sandwich, I do not mean a loaf with a field in the middle of it. I don't want to be at the mercy of my emotions. I want to use them, to enjoy them, and to dominate them. The curves of your lips rewrite history. Love will fly if held too lightly. Love will die if held too tightly. There are moments when one has to choose between living one's own life, fully, entirely, completely, or dragging out some false, shallow, degrading existence that the world in its hypocrisy demands. Finding the meaning of life is easy. Simply get a dictionary, go to the L section, and find the word life. The only people I would care to be with now are artists and people who have suffered, those who know what beauty is, and those who know what sorrow is. Nobody else interests me. Whenever life sucks, remember you're going to die someday. Be yourself, everyone else is taken. Women are meant to be loved, not to be understood. There are times when sorrow seems to me to be the only truth. To live is the rarest thing in the world. Most people exist, that is all. Art is the only serious thing in the world. And the artist is the only person who is never serious. You don't love someone for their looks, or their clothes, or for their fancy car, but because they sing a song only you can hear. Sooner or later we have all to pay for what we do. Everyone may not be good, but there's always something good in everyone. Never judge anyone shortly because every saint has a past and every sinner has a future. Religion is like a blind man looking in a black room for a black cat that isn't there, and finding it. It's beauty that captures your attention. Personality which captures your heart.